Welcome to an early morning edition of the Jamal Thomas Morning Show. My name is Jamal Thomas. I am your host of this show, and I appreciate all of you for joining me. As I often tell you, you could be anywhere, so I am ecstatic, over the moon, that you find yourself to be here with me. This is an early morning edition. Now, the reason this is an early morning edition is because my guest is in Sydney, and I have General Choi, who is also in Sydney, so fair enough on that. Both of you guys are on the same time scale. But I really wanted to bring him on, and I really wanted to have a conversation with him. Tim Anderson. Tim Anderson, he is writer, internationalist, academic, and director of the Center for Counter-Hegemonic Studies. That is fascinating. And I got to be honest, Tim, that was part of the reason that I wanted you on this show. How you doing today? You doing all right? It's night for you, but you doing okay today?
Good morning, Jamal. Yeah, it's early evening here, so there's always a big time difference, but thank you for getting up so early for me.
Dude, it's only an hour early, and from my point of view, I like to get new guests, especially very interesting guests in regards to their area of study. And your area of study is fascinating to me, especially under this model or this idea that we're supposedly entering a multipolar world. And if you think of anything as counter-hegemonic, a multipolar world, by definition, is counter to hegemonic control of, the world. There were two topics that I wanted to bring you on for, and you politely gave me one of your books. And I went through various chapters of that book. I didn't have time to read it all overnight, but I did have time to read several sections of it. Two of them was Decolonizing Israel. I found that fascinating. You have no idea how many guests I bring on to have that conversation with, like, what is the ultimate answer? How does this pan out? And oftentimes they really don't have answers for that because, it's a structure that seems immovable. But as you point out, South Africa seemed immovable before South Africa collapsed. And the other one was moving into a multipolar world, multipolarity. And I want to dig into both. Before I get into both of those, though, I have to hit you with something. Since you are planning on going to Yemen, I hope that wasn't a secret. I don't think that was a secret, but no, you're planning on making it.
I've been there before, so this will be the second time, yeah.
Okay. So this came out yesterday from the Trump administration. As you know, Houthis have been running a sea blockade in repudiation of the genocide in Gaza. Mm-hmm. And recently they hit Ben Gurion Airport, just direct hit. And they've come out and say there's now an air blockade and that all air carriers need to stay away. And for the most part, those air carriers said, we're not going to risk our flights going into Ben Gurion Airport. Donald Trump has been bombing and murdering civilians for the last week or so, with a huge amount of frustration coming out of the Pentagon because they weren't able to pacify the Houthis and move to what they call, quote unquote, stage 2, murdering Houthi leaders. Trump said this yesterday.
They are not, or they've been announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight. And we will honor that. And we will stop the bombings. And they have capitulated. But more importantly, we will take their word. They say they will not be blowing up ships anymore. And that's what the purpose of what we were doing. So that's just news. We just found out about that.
Clear, Donald Trump lies as easily as he breathes. That is not what was agreed upon. And just to make that clear, one of the reporters even asked him about, hey, that's not really what they said. They're saying something different.
The Houthis are backing down. We're seeing conflicting reports that they plan on continuing to attack Israel in support of Gaza. Does that change the equation?
No, I don't know about that, frankly, but I know one thing: they want nothing to do with us. And they've let that be known through all of their surrogates.
So what the Houthis pointed out was, we will not hit American ships, but we are still continuing our campaign against ships in the Red Sea supporting Israel. So what Donald Trump is saying, in one sense, yeah, they completely capitulated. In the other sense, well, I don't know anything about this idea of them hitting Israel and other ships, but they don't want anything to do with us individually, personally. So he's effectively said, okay, we have nothing else to bomb. We're not getting results. So we're going to make a deal that you don't attack our ships, which is only 3% shipping anyway. And they won't attack. We won't attack you. Give me your take on that. I mean, he's acting like that's a capitulation by the Houthis. That is not a capitulation by the Houthis. That's a capitulation by America.
Yeah, well, as you pointed out, Trump is hardly a reliable source on anything these days, and he changes his mind very quickly. But of course, he's committed to one thing, and that's his own image. We know that he will do anything to try and present an image that he's going to be a winner in some new phase, whether it's with Russia or with Iran or whatever. So now I might add one thing though in relation. I know everyone calls them Houthis, but really it's a movement called Ansar Allah.
That's for a lot. That's right.
Houthi was a family. Okay, it was an extended family in the north of Yemen in Sada province, and they started that tribe or that family started the Ansar Allah movement. But really, it's a much wider movement now. It's extended to many provinces of the country, and the Ansar Allah-led revolutionary government controls about 3/4 of the populated areas of Yemen.
Mm-hmm.
But they're called rebels because the government that's recognized by every state on earth except the Islamic Republic of Iran is an exile one sitting in 5-star hotels in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, basically. There was a guy called Hadi who was an interim president for about a year. He was in Riyadh. He resigned about 3 years ago. So there's still a bunch of people there who are exiles effectively, and they call them the Yemeni government. So it's only Iran and previously Syria for a while recognized the Ansar Allah-led coalition government, but it is a revolutionary coalition government. It's a genuine coalition. It includes large sections of the opposition to Ansar Allah. For 7 years, there was a guy called bin Habtour who was the prime minister. He was not Ansar Allah. So it's a genuine coalition. It's very inclusive, part of the very inclusive history of Ansar Allah, basically. So they are controlling most of Yemen. And because the UN Security Council, not this time and not just the US, sometimes the US has unilateral coercive measures, which they call sanctions against countries like Cuba and Iran and so on. No, this time the UN Security Council, everyone ganged up against the revolutionary government back in 2014, 2015, saying that what they call the Houthi rebels, what's really a revolutionary government, are a destabilizing force, even though Ansar Allah, their main internal enemies are Wahhabi al-Qaeda groups and Muslim Brotherhood groups, the same ones that were being used by the US against Iraq, against Syria, against Libya, against Lebanon, even to an extent. So it's an extension of that same so-called New Middle East war, basically. And the Ansar Allah movement has been very effective. They effectively won the war against the proxy war that the US was fighting through the Saudis, through the Emiratis, and various types of mercenaries that they had. The ceasefire of about 2.5 years ago, 2.5 or 3 years ago, was as a result that the Yemenis Ansar Allah was winning, basically. And so there's been a lull in the fighting, but that lull has been taken up by attacks by the Israelis and by the US because of this Red Sea operation, or from the Yemeni point of view, their support for the Al-Aqsa flood, the Tufan al-Aqsa operation that came from Gaza in the end of 2023. Yeah. So this reignition of the war against the revolutionary government, which means against the people of Yemen, because if you're going to put a blockade on those that control 3/4 of the populated areas, that means you're blockading 3/4 of the people of Yemen. That's why it was called, until the Gaza genocide, Yemen was called, maybe ignoring what was going on in the Congo, for example, but it was called the worst humanitarian crisis on earth. And so I think what you're coming to at some stages is how is it that these people that suffered so much, that fought for so long with so little resources and suffered so much, they're the ones lifting their hands in support of Gaza, and no one else, basically. No one is doing what the Yemeni armed forces are doing now in support of Palestine. No other state. I know that Hezbollah, which is not a state, it's a group within Lebanon, made a lot of sacrifices. At least 300 young men gave their lives trying to successfully draw the fire away from Gaza all that period of time. And then there was that terrible invasion of Lebanon and the aerial bombing, which the Hezbollah couldn't deal with because they don't have air defenses, basically. But really, as a nation, it's Yemen that stands out. Iran hasn't done the same thing either, even though since 2015, they've been nominally supporting Yemen, but they're not sending weapons to them as the common myth goes. The Yemenis are very proud of the fact that most of their weapons, their drones, their missiles, including their hypersonic missiles, are made in Yemen. including most of the AK-47s that half the population is to be carrying around, are also made in Yemen. There's some for reasons of collector's items. They've got Czech ones and Russian ones, but most of those weapons are made in Yemen. They have a great capacity. There's a well-educated people. They have technology. They're able to do these sorts of things. They've developed their new versions. Of course, probably they've borrowed ideas and reverse engineered certain things, basically, but they are very advanced, sophisticated people. But they are still suffering. There's still a lot of poverty in the country. There's a lot of beggars in the country. There's a lot of African migrants in the country because they're very close. Of all the Middle East countries, they're the closest to Northeast Africa, and historically there's been a lot of refugees that have come across, particularly from Somalia, to Yemen. So they are in difficult circumstances, but they have this incredible distinction, don't they, of being the only nation that's really lifting their arms, lifting their hand and saying, we're supporting our brothers and sisters in Palestine. And that's one of the most fascinating things to talk to Yemeni people about when you're there, as I was doing in February. How is it that, where does this moral force come from to do this and not think about the consequences, basically?
Well, I was going to ask you that, because that has been a fascinating question for me also. All of these quizzling governments, as Mark likes to call them, in the Middle East have done nothing short of, wag their fingers. And the poorest country, who has been under bombardment for over a decade, is the one that stands up, and effective, by the way. Yeah. I mean, Iliad Port in Israel had to declare bankruptcy because ships weren't coming in. If the air blockade is effective, with airlines just say, okay, we're not going to Ben Gurion Airport. Okay, well, that's dramatic, right? I mean, that's the main airport for Israel. That may be the only airport for Israel.
Well, okay. It's happening, of course. It's happening. Most of the flights are now cancelled or delayed. Most of the international flights to Ben Gurion are cancelled or delayed.
That's dramatic. And so they have put on this kind of air and sea blockade by themselves.
Yeah.
Which will kind of tell you, okay, well, if other governments got involved, the effectiveness that could be there, but they don't get involved. Why Yemen? I don't quite understand it, to be honest. I don't understand the politics in the sense. But you've been there. What do they say when you ask them?
What they say is that we have this moral foundation, you might say religious foundation to our actions, that when we see a duty, an obligation on us, and they said that they see it in Quranic terms. They had a thing called the Quranic Project, based on the Quran of Islam, by which they reconfigured their political trajectory only a decade or so ago. Well, the Quranic Project goes back 2 decades, but I mean the revolutionary government goes back a decade. And in that project, they're stressing really their moral obligations. They have lawyers there who will link it up to the Convention on Genocide that says that states have an obligation to prevent the crime of genocide, prevent and punish the crime of genocide, including their accomplices. And that's why we've seen attacks on shipping which are supplying the genocidal regime in occupied Palestine. So they see it very simply, and they say we'll deal with the consequences later on. You could contrast it with some other states there who have done some things. The Iraqi resistance has contributed some. They've coordinated even with some of the attacks on ports in occupied Palestine. The Iranians, of course, have great capacity. As I said, they're not directly supplying weapons to Yemen. They're supporting Yemen in other ways, but they have great capacity. But I think the Iranian calculation goes a little bit like this, depending on who's in power, that if we carry out decisive strikes against the Israelis, the US will get involved. If there's an existential threat to what is effectively a US colony in occupied Palestine, then the US will get involved. We have to be prepared for the escalation. The Yemenis aren't thinking like that, not quite the same way. They admire the Iranians. They have some similarities with the Iranians, but they have their own project. And it really is a very powerful stress on this moral obligation. That's what they say. These are our people. If you drive through the main cities in Yemen these days, in Sana'a, in Baida, in Hodeidah, you see many pictures of the martyred leaders of Yemen, but alongside them, you have Hassan Nasrallah from Lebanon, you have Yahya Sinwar from Palestine, at the same level, even in the memorials to the fallen Yemeni president in Sana'a, where they hold those big rallies, which is an old airstrip there. They have the pictures of Qasem Soleimani from Iran, of Mohandas from Iraq, of Yahya Sinwar, of several Hezbollah leaders. So really they regard them as the same people. They are saying these are Arab Muslim people, they are our own people, and really they revere them in the same sort of way. So there isn't that arm's length that many of the Arab regimes have to it. Even in the final days, Bashar al-Assad in Syria, who was recognized the Ansarullah-led government and was supporting Yemen to some extent, but he distanced himself from them because there was pressure from pardon me, the Gulf Cooperation Council, the Saudis and Qatar, and Assad was hoping to get some sort of investment for reconstruction in Syria. And so at that time, Damascus distanced itself from Yemen. But really, Iran has been constant in supporting Yemen, but don't make the mistake of thinking that they are sending weapons to them. One way in which the Yemenis have actually maneuvered around this to deal with the fears of weapons coming from Iran going to Yemen is that they purchase oil now from their enemies. In the port of Ras Isa, which was bombed just recently by the US, and also where that Galaxy leadership is tied up, the Israeli motor vehicle moving ship. When I was there in February, I think I've heard they actually hit that ship. But in Ras Isa, the oil that's coming in is being purchased by private companies in Yemen from the United Arab Emirates, which is one of their enemies, which is funding the mercenaries down in Aden, the southern so-called transitional council down there. And they've done it just in pragmatic ways to say, okay, so you don't have all these blockages of saying, well, the Iranians might be smuggling weapons in these ships, we'll buy it from you. And that's what's happening. It's going, the private companies are buying the fuel from the Emiratis. And then, of course, they're buying other things, grain and soybeans and so on from other people. But the Israelis have been bombing all of those ports. They put out, when I was there in February, the Israelis bombed in January, and they put out of action all of the container loading cranes. You know, the cranes they have on shore to take containers off ships. So they're relying on the cranes on ships to offload containers. They still have bulk loading facilities, but basically they needed that ceasefire to break that blockade and get food and fuel into Yemen. But of course, that's been put at risk now. The population has been put at risk by these attacks on civilian infrastructure that are being carried out by the Israelis and their US hosts.
I don't know if people fully grasp that in the States, that the attacks that Donald Trump has been doing on Yemen has been on civilians overwhelmingly, like hitting ports of oil, cement factories. They blew up the airport yesterday in retaliation for Ben Gurion. But a lot of these have been civilian. In fact, Donald Trump put a picture on Twitter of a bombing on Yemen, and he was celebrating this bombing. But it was a group of civilians at a religious festival. There were no weapons. These weren't fighters. These were just people in a religious festival. And he's on Twitter saying, you know, look how awesome the United States is murdering all of these civilians. I don't think that's really fully grasped that these bombing rates were mostly ineffective.
Yeah, and because, well, ineffective and also not targeted at all according to international law or the laws around armed conflict. Of course, they keep using the mantra of Iran, you know, that Iran are getting weapons in through this and that and the other thing. As I said, there isn't really, they probably could have done a better deal with fuel on better prices with Iran if Iran was sending fuel to Ras Isa port, but they're not. They circumvented that by saying they anticipated there was going to be this sort of reaction. And then so they said, well, buy it from the Emiratis. So it's the Emiratis and probably the Emirati ships that may be being hit in Ras Isa too, basically. They have big lines of tankers, you know, trucks lining up to get the fuel. There's not a lot of infrastructure in Ras Isa, but they, because it's the water is quite deep near the shore there, they don't need huge docking facilities there. So, but it's not Iranian ships that are going in there. But that's the pretext that was used. They used it for many years, of course, against Syria too. You remember when the Israelis would bomb Syria, they'd say, "Oh, we are doing it because there is weapons going to Hezbollah and Iranian people," and they indeed did kill a number of Iranian citizens and advisors in Syria. And later on, by the way, and this goes to your question too. Later on, they when the Al Qaeda groups took over Damascus late last year, they did bomb a lot of weapons dumps in Syria. And it's true that Syria was manufacturing weapons for Hezbollah and providing weapons to some of the Palestinian resistance. And that's one of the main reasons why the US was so determined to get rid of Assad, because that role, which you see has collapsed now because the current regime in Damascus is purging the Palestinian leadership from Damascus. Syria for many decades was the biggest so-called camp outside of or displaced people or refugees outside Palestine for Palestinian people. And of course, all the leaders of those groups had very good relationships with the government, with the Syrian army, with Assad. And for that reason, there's this purge that's been going on to get rid of of course, pleasing the Israelis immensely, getting rid of the leaders of those factions like Islamic Jihad, like the Popular Front, and the other ones that have been based in Syria for many, many years. So Yemen, in a sense, has resumed the role. And I asked some people, specifically some leaders of Ansarullah, I said, don't you think Yemen is assuming a greater responsibility for the regional resistance after the fall of Damascus? And they said, absolutely. And a deputy foreign minister said, it's doubled. Our responsibility is doubled. So expect to see more relationships between Yemen and Iraq, and Yemen and Hezbollah, and probably Yemen and the resistance in Syria at some future stage too.
Wow. I have to ask you one more thing before getting to Israel. I've been bringing people who are experts on the Middle Eastern area and even just geopolitics in general. And there's this question about whether or not Donald Trump was engaged in negotiations honestly. Meaning, there is playbook. There are plans by the Brookings Institute that set up exactly what is taking place now, where you pretend as if you're negotiating, you blow up the negotiations, you allow Israel to attack, or you attack and you say, well, we didn't have a choice. We couldn't do anything. The negotiations fell apart. And I want to pretext this by all of this being farcical, right? Iran is a sovereign country. They have every right to have nuclear power. They have every right to build nuclear weapons. I would even go so far as to say Israel, the country that is provoking the U.S. reaction here, has nukes, has murdered up to 100,000 human beings, 2/3 of which are women and children. They've invaded West Bank, Gaza, well, the apartheid state in West Bank, but they've been killing people in the West Bank, Gaza, Syria, Lebanon. So this is a bit rich, right? That we're even having this conversation about the U.S. with a unilateral attack on, or let's say an unprovoked attack on Iran. But putting that in context for a moment, negotiations fall apart. Iran is still trying to be very diplomatic about it. The foreign minister, Arghachi, pointed out, okay, well, these have been postponed. They were not postponed. They were not even scheduled. The U.S. never even set up the next talks. And the U.S. is setting this weird pretext that everything the Houthis do is directly related to Iran. And so you get Hegseth, who comes out in a tweet screeching that he's going to attack Iran at the time and date of their choosing. You get Netanyahu screeching that they're going to attack Iran. You get Donald Trump making a connection between Houthis and the United States. It sounds like a pretext is being set by which to justify attacks on Iran. In Pathway to Persia, they point out exactly this. Exactly this. So from your point of view, if you're looking at this through a context and through this lens that all of these governments in the Middle East, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Sudan right now is a basket case, that all of these governments have been toppled and destroyed, or at the very least overthrown, with Iran being the last man standing in the way that Wesley Clark pointed out. In that context, do you think these negotiations were honest? And I know you can't get into Trump's mind, but you are a scholar on the subject. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, it's a charade, but it's a different sort of charade to the Biden-Harris charade, isn't it? Because with the Biden charade, or let's say the North American liberal charade, was that, we respect international law and we're against these settlements being built while they're funding the settlements being built and so on. So that it's really, I like to call it sugar-coated bullshit, basically, which the media, which supports every intervention, they love that stuff. They don't like Trump so much still, even though he's in office now. They don't like it so much because, and you see some of the extreme media, even like some of the Murdoch media, have great trouble with Trump's bluntness when he says we're going to kick all the people out of Gaza and turn it into a new Riviera on the Mediterranean. They don't like that. It's not the sort of stuff they've been selling for the last few years, the last few decades, basically. And that's why there's a greater affinity to the liberal bullshit than the bluntness of Trump. And I know what you're saying is true. People are saying that there's some rationale to the madness of him flip-flopping and changing and so on, that he's really setting up pretexts and so on. But I think he doesn't really believe in anything really, but he does believe in his own image, in keeping his own image. He saw the possibility. You would have to, if it were successful, you'd have to credit him for it, the possibility of getting out of the losing war in Ukraine. If he'd actually done that, I would have congratulated, despite the fact that I despise the man, basically. No, but if someone does something decent, it's a losing war. Pragmatically, why doesn't he get out of it? But he doesn't seem to be able to come at the idea of doing it in a way that doesn't look at some sort of win for his image, basically. That's the big dilemma for him at the moment. He knows that his liberal opponents will point it out as a loss, in the way that he pointed out Afghanistan as a loss for the Biden administration. They'll do the same to him on that one, basically. So we really have a different flavor of a different type of charade going on, don't we? So honesty is not really in the equation anywhere there, basically. Yeah. But the problem here with Iran is that it's not to talk about the nuclear industry in Iran. It's never been about the nuclear industry in Iran. It's about trying to disempower the role of Iran in the region. Iran is the largest powerful independent state in the region. It supported all of the Palestinian resistance in particular, but also all of the other independent states and forces in the region. It supported resistance in Lebanon, it supported the revolutionary government in Yemen, it supported Syria, supports the resistance in Iraq, it supports Iraq. Why not have good relations with your neighbors? The US has done everything it can to try and destroy the relations between Iraq and Iran. And that's an ongoing drama, by the way. I've been in Iraq a couple of times recently, and really the occupation in Iraq is doing great cultural damage there, because they're trying to successfully, to some extent, inflame this sort of sectarian divide and try and blame Iran for the problems of Iraq, when really the occupation is stopping a lot of very basic things, like stopping them extending their electricity supply, for example, because they don't want some other companies getting into the US monopoly on power there. Was it GE or something like that? There's some German company that the Iraqi government wanted to use to extend the electricity capacity, and the US blocked it. Like in Korea, they block it if the South Korean government, because South Korea is an occupied country also, if 60,000 troops, something of that order. Yep. When the South Koreans, and I saw this when I was in North Korea some years ago, when the South Koreans have a more friendly government towards the north and they want to do some joint projects, like they talked about putting on a rail line between Seoul and Pyongyang, it's not very far between the two capitals, and it's a very popular thing to do in the south as well. The US will block it. The US blocks those sorts of things. It blocks, it talks about the reunification of Germany because it suited them the way the reunification happened, but it's desperate to maintain those divisions, between the two Koreas. It's desperate to maintain the divisions where they serve its purpose of trying to dominate the region. So at the root of creating ISIS in the Middle East was precisely that, preventing a new regime in Baghdad getting close to Iran. And that's still a major objective there. So now Yemen adds a level of complexity to that. But of course, now you have the complexity of the proxy wars that are going on, or not even the proxy wars, the direct wars that are going on, because I think Trump has pulled back from escalation with Yemen at the moment. Maybe if they sink an aircraft carrier, he'll think again about that. But the Yemenis have certainly chased 2 aircraft carriers away. They've chased a lot of the shipping around south of Africa, so they've already chased a lot of the shipping and a lot of the air traffic into the Israeli enemy, as they call it. I think with Iran, there's no great appetite for Trump to go into a war. He knows it's going, even though there are war hawks in his administration. I've heard other people say with credibility that Trump has these 2 camps in his administration. Some of them are mad warmongers, and some of them are urging restraint because they know that it's not going to be a simple thing to crush Iran. It's not like Iraq. It's a different time. Iran has developed new strategic relationships with China and with Russia. The problem of escalation of any war is you don't know where it's going to go. Exactly. And that's what people with restraint will urge. And I believe there are somewhere there in the deep state and in Trump's advisors who are saying, look, this is a very dangerous thing to attack Iran, and we're not going to get out of it scot-free, basically.
So when I talk to people, I always think that is a rational argument. That is a very rational argument. Yeah. Any attack on Iran is unpredictable. We don't know the consequences of it. We have no idea who else gets pulled into. I mean, for God's sake, World War I, right? It's supposed to be Serbia and Austria, Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and all of a sudden the world gets dragged into this, maelstrom. But that is a rational argument, and much of the stuff that takes place is not rational from the standpoint of life consequences.
Yes.
I give you an example: the Ukraine war. In their minds, we can take down Russia economically, and we can destroy them militarily. That's not what happened. Russia's a gas can masquerading as a country. Russia's Nigeria with snow. The US and NATO lost that war. China in the economic war, one man representing 5% of the globe comes out screaming that he's going to have a trade war with the world and is shocked when China tells him to F off and he can't extricate himself from that trade war.
That was a humiliation, really.
Yeah, I agree with you that that's rational.
Yeah.
Neocons are not rational. And Netanyahu is aiming and amped up for that war. The people who are around Trump, as you pointed out, are amped up for that war. And Donald Trump, a man who cares about his image, seemingly more than anything else, that is a hell of a cliff to back down from I'm going to bomb you. Iran is nice people. I'm going to bomb you. He said it yesterday. Yeah. Well, hey, man, we're coming to a crisis point. I mean, we got to do something about Iran. I hope you're right. I'll put it this way. I hope the rational argument.
You're right. We all suffer from that to some extent, don't we? In relation to nuclear war, for example, you think there's all these rational considerations why no one is going to start a nuclear war, because they know that if you give one, you've got to receive one, basically, at the least, more than one, basically. The mad doctrine and so on. But on the other hand, we're thinking that people are operating rationally and thinking about these sorts of things. And so far, well, we haven't had a nuclear war so far, but as you say, there is this madness factor there. And of course, to put some, personalities on that, you've got Netanyahu, who is the one person keen for a war with Iran. Not that he's going to have it, but that the US is going to have it with Iran. And I think that's very well understood. There's a lot of quite good realist analysts in the US now, conservatives, who are recognizing this, that really it's Netanyahu who's trying to push this. So then the relationship between Netanyahu and Trump becomes important. And that's interesting, uncharted territory now, because Trump is flipping and flopping on that one to some extent. I think he was hurt personally that Netanyahu didn't help him back in 2020 when all of the fuss was going on about how he'd actually won the election and so on. It was a fraud and so on. And Netanyahu didn't step in to help him there. I think Trump seems to be a person who probably holds grudges about things like that affect him personally. But there are some signs that Trump is, I think he doesn't want to visit Israel in this upcoming trip to the Middle East. He's going to go to the Saudis. I don't know if he's going to try and humiliate them like he did some years ago when he went in and looked into the crystal ball and said these guys are a big cash cow for us, and they wouldn't exist if we didn't protect them. I mean, he loves to humiliate. I don't know why he loves to humiliate people so much. Humiliate his friends. And then the Germans over Nord Stream and so on. Well, that wasn't Trump humiliating them so much, but
it feeds his ego. It's a power move. It's like, I have the power to do this, and you can't. Like, it shows how strong I am. I think it's that. I don't think it goes beyond his ego in religion. I could be wrong.
I recall Biden did the same thing too, didn't he? When it came to Russia and the eastward advancement of NATO, at one stage Biden said, well, what are they going to do about it anyway? Well, he saw what they did about it, basically. And effectively, they're redrawing the map, and they're going to maintain that. They're not going to give up territory because Trump wants a deal. That's the problem for Trump now. His image is suffering badly at home, I believe, and even the big thing that was popular that he hasn't been able to pull off, the idea of cutting some sort of deal with Kiev, basically because the Europeans have moved against him, and Kiev is seeing some opportunity to keep milking the stupid Europeans, and killing their own people. I met some young Ukrainian men in Donetsk late last year, and they defected to the Russian side because they were so angry at the fact that they were sending all these young people to die, hundreds of thousands of young Ukrainian men to die in a hopeless cause, just to drive a division between the Russian and Ukrainian people. And the church over there, the churches are saying, listen, the Ukrainian people, the Belarusian people, the Russian people, we're all in the same church for 1,000 years. We don't see these divisions. And so that's why Kiev turned against the church and created this split in the church there. But anyway, the thing is, Yeah, it's not just Trump, but Trump is the worst of it now in this very crude, vulgar mode, power moves which really are deliberately trying to humiliate people. And maybe he doesn't see it. Maybe it's just the way he operates. Personally, I don't know.
No, it is fascinating. It is very fascinating. The Canadian Prime Minister was here yesterday, and Trump was like, "Yeah, that imaginary line. It would be great if we could just, take over Canada." He's saying this as the Prime Minister is here. He's trashing members of the Prime Minister's government as the Prime Minister sitting right there beside him. It is weird that he does stuff like that, but he does it. Let's get to Israel. You, in the book, you had a piece called Decolonizing Israel. And you allude to Zimbabwe with Mugabe, to South Africa, and how the impermanence or seeming impermanence of South Africa was not impermanent after all, that it did collapse. It did turn into something of a government with the pressure that was effectively being applied to it. You said the same thing about Zimbabwe. And you were pointing to what those look like when they unraveled. And even though they seemed like they were going to be there forever, that really wasn't the case. We can't see around corners and the pressure that's being applied. And you point out in the book that Israel, its image of the most moral military in the world, as they used to like to say, is gone. Nobody in the world, right, watching social media can see the murder, children, starve, 2.2 million people, forced march, people in the areas, and then bomb those areas that are supposed to be safe and humanitarian areas, and see this day in after day in after day in for over a year. Like, the images are astonishing. And the fact that anybody can go to their social media account, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and see the murder of a child by an Israeli soldier, or see a soldier throw somebody off of a cliff, or even see rape, and see the Israeli government or the Israeli public saying that's okay. We should be able to do that. To like 60%. That is astonishing. And so this image of the most moral military in the world, this democracy in the Middle East, all this stuff is gone. And your point is they invested
a lot. They invested a lot in their soft power, the Israelis. They spent a lot of time trying to, cancel, particularly across the Anglo-American world, cancel academics and teachers and politicians. And they got rid of a Labour leader in the UK. They spent a lot of time trying to bolster up their soft power, and it's all gone. It's all gone. Yeah. The US soft power is going down with it, seriously.
But is that enough? I mean, that's the question that I have. Like, I agree with you, 1,000%. The soft power is, when you see Israelis go to another country and get kicked out of a restaurant, the soft power is gone. Like, that is very clear, right? It's like, hey, you're committed, you're backing a genocide, get out of here. We don't want you here.
That's right.
Is that enough, though?
The Maldives, in Vietnam, it's in lots of different countries, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of anger there, yeah.
But does that translate into decolonization? Because it doesn't seem like it. It seems like, okay, but please go into it.
Look, there's I mean, you mentioned the parallels with the racist regimes in Africa. We'll come to that in a moment. I made that connection for particular reasons. It was to do with the dangers of transition, really, because I foresee a second level of struggle when it comes to decolonizing occupied Palestine, basically. But back to the points we were talking about just before, of course, the Israeli project, let's put it that way, has lost the younger generation in the West. The younger generation is gone. We saw the actions in the US and the polls, and we've had them here too. A massive majority of younger people are really not down with that at all, and they're against both the major parties for similar sorts of reasons, basically. But Gaza has been a major factor in young people's thinking in the last few years. Just today, since you mention it, it's having deeper effects. There's one conservative member of parliament in Britain who said, I've turned after 20 years supporting Israel. I'm against it now. What they've done in Gaza is unconscionable. The Financial Times in London also has said, how come the Western public is so silent about what's going on in Israel? This is like a bastion of conservative economic power in England. There's that level of change there, because they see that it hurts them. At some stage, the rationality of even very conservative or reactionary players in this field sees that this is not a good sign for the future. And that's more or less what happened with South Africa. It wasn't, the international campaign was very important in South Africa. The armed struggle was important, but it wasn't decisive in South Africa. Some of the regional struggles were important, but the international solidarity, the boycotts, which took a long time to build with South Africa, but they were very important. In the end, some deals were cut. We know that deals were cut that were not very, that's the Financial Times. Some deals were cut that have been very unfavorable, let's say, to the South African people. They're not very happy with, many people are not very happy with the economic outcomes in South Africa. And the point that I was making there was about decolonizing Israel. And here's another factor to the soft power. The extreme right of the Jewish community in Israel supports what's going on in Gaza by and large. You mentioned very big majorities there. Some even think that the government should be doing more, to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Pardon me. But in the US, in North America, where there's a similar sized Jewish population, it's dominated by liberals, basically. Traditionally they've supported the Democrat Party and so on, and they are not happy. They don't like Netanyahu because of the way in which he's damaging their reputation. They don't like the idea that this is a person who claims to represent a Jewish nation on earth. He's their prime minister, according to Netanyahu, and most of the North American Jewish people are not very happy with that. So there's a turmoil going on within a section of the US community which used to be rock solid supporting the Israeli project, which is revising its position there now. So this is the effect of the damage of soft power. These internal contradictions are coming about. And some of those liberal Jewish people are actually supporting the idea of a single democratic state, of dismantling apartheid. Now that sounds very interesting, but of course the problem of dismantling apartheid, which I pointed out in the book, in Zimbabwe and in South Africa, pardon me, is that there are a lot of compromises along the way. And I believe one of the UN specialists, rapporteur Francesca Albanese, says even if they abolish apartheid tomorrow in Israel-occupied Palestine, in other words, all Palestinians have equal rights, you still have the problem of the refugees. You still have the problem of the land theft. What are you going to do about the land theft, the land justice? Now Palestinian people own very little of the land in any part of the greater Palestine or historic Palestine. And you've got the question of war crimes. Okay, they will make compromises about criminality with truth commissions and so on. But one thing that happened with Zimbabwe in particular, when they had those talks in Lancaster House in London, was that there was a very bad compromise put in place there where they couldn't change independent Zimbabwe couldn't challenge the land or the land and economic relations there for, I think it was 10 years. And then it became 20 years. And then you recall perhaps Mugabe decided, okay, we'll let people go and do some takeovers, which is what happened in Chile, by the way, interestingly enough, back in the early 70s. And then the British didn't provide any money to deal with buyouts of the white farmers in Zimbabwe. They started crying human rights. The US and Britain imposed sanctions on Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe's a mess, really. It hasn't been able to get past that. In South Africa, you've got a parallel thing where there are some agreements, constitutional provisions about the minority white population and their cultural rights and so on. And that's led to the ANC-led government dragging its heels on any sorts of reform, particularly to do with land. So land will be a critical factor in the dismantling of colonized Palestine. And I believe that there's going to be this new phase, because to deal with the problem of collapsing soft power, to deal with the disaffection within the Israeli entity itself and within the international Jewish community and its former supporters around the world, they're going to look for a compromise. They're going to look for an Israel Mark II. I believe this is what's going to happen. And all of the compromises that were made in dismantling racist regimes before have some good lessons and some bad lessons. The good lesson on the one hand is you can point to South Africa and say, look, you can dismantle apartheid. A regime that seemed all powerful, was supported by the Anglo-American world, had nuclear weapons even. It's not all powerful. It was dismantled. But on the other side, the bad lessons are you've got these terrible compromises that will be made, and there'll be a very powerful Jewish lobby, a liberal Jewish lobby, which will try and and is already making moves along these lines, saying we have to protect the cultural connections between the Jewish people and towns on the West Bank, like Hebron, Al-Khalil, and so on. So all of those blocks are being put in place now, and I really firmly believe that there could be a collapse of the Israeli regime, particularly around the personality of Netanyahu, because he's not well liked. When he falls, there could be a move to reorganize, to restructure that regime into some sort of Israel Mark II, which looks much better from the point of view of its sponsors. And then all of these challenges will arise for the resistance for the Palestinian people. It won't collapse into some utopian system. There's going to be a new level of struggles, I believe. And that's why I pointed to the examples of Zimbabwe and South Africa, the cautionary lessons there.
No, that's a great point. I mean, the ANC has been in power, what, 30 years, and have not been able to rectify the land issue. And
Very small amount of land reform, yeah.
Yeah, and anytime they try to, the U.S. screams, "Oh my God, they're killing white farmers." That comes out in the U.S. media. Oh my God, they're going to kill white farmers. And steal their land, missing the fact that it was an apartheid state for all of these years, and you have to kind of somehow rebalance that. Zimbabwe, another great
Namibia too. I suppose I should have added Namibia there. Namibia has some similar problems with land. We haven't heard so much about it though.
Yeah, even I would go so far as to go to Burkina Faso, like with these revolutionary African governments that have taken over, and they're like, okay, well, we want to reclaim our mineral rights, our land, and it was like, oh my God, he wants to steal all of the gold, missing the fact that Africa is a rich country, but because of colonialization, they've lost access to that wealth. I mean, it's very similar. You make a fantastic point. I guess, so what is your thought? It just collapses?
And the Congo, the Congo, in a sense, what's going on in Burkina Faso now mirrors exactly what was going on in the Congo, what was it, 65 years ago with Lumumba. There's a very good documentary, by the way, called Soundtrack to a Coup d'etat. I don't know who made it, but it's about the use of jazz musicians, US jazz musicians, during that period of the Cold War and that long, drawn-out period of time when Lumumba was being vilified up to his murder, basically, and the role of the United Nations and all of the other factors in the Cold War there. So the whole question of, they tried to create a separate part of the Congo, which had a lot of mineral resources and so on. And so, in a sense, Ibrahim Traore and the other leaders in West Africa are really re-energizing that whole issue, which we should direct everyone to go back and look what was going on in the Congo in 1960. And what happened in Congo in the 1960, by the way, also led to the UN Declaration on Decolonization, which went on to form the basis of the International Covenants on Civil and Political Rights and Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. So our whole inheritance of human rights logic and the principle of the right of the people to self-determination comes from that turmoil in 1960 around the Congo. So really the Congo history mirrors very closely what's going on in West Africa at the moment.
Oh, that's super interesting. From your take on this, how does, and I'm keeping you a little bit long, I apologize. I'm just,
no.
It's a fascinating interview and I enjoyed this interview. From your take, what is the solution to this? Because the two-state is a dog and pony show at this point. Oh. And anytime I've had somebody on, let's say, arguing for Israel, they would say, I think I had an interview with Netanyahu's press secretary at one point. And if you point out to him, like, when you have conversations with these people, it's not about right and wrong, it's about power. And you kind of have to just accept that when you go into the interview. They don't care about ethics and morality. It's purely about, we have the power to do X and Y. We're just trying to justify it. And if you point to them and say, well, okay, so what is your solution to this? I mean, unless you're going to murder 2.2 million people, then what is your solution? And it's like a two-state? Well, no, we don't want a two-state, which is obvious at this point. And if you say one state, they would say, well, that's not Israel. That's not a Jewish state. Okay, so again, what is your solution? Like, they never have a connecting, cohesive vision of, okay, what does this look like as a resolution? It seems like they don't have a resolution. Their resolution is we're either going to kill, starve, or expel. None of those.
You're talking about people who are embedded in the colonial project, and yes, those people never create a solution. That's why it's very important. And the one weakness I would say a lot of the very good realist analysts in the US talking about these things, they don't recognize is resistance is a factor. Resistance is a factor in the future, basically. Resistance is a critical factor. You would say if it was up to the Jewish leaders or the Zionist leaders in Israel, there'll be no change. They'll keep on doing what they're doing, a slow motion genocide basically, or a faster motion genocide and ethnic cleansing. But nevertheless, they can't do that because of resistance, really. That's why Trump can't take over Gaza, because there is resistance. They haven't crushed it in Gaza, let alone the region there, basically. So people are still resisting. I think some of the US think tanks recognize that in that period of time up into the ceasefire of late last year in Gaza, they recognize that the Palestinian resistance, so the different factions, they say Hamas, but there's several of them, had recruited at least 15,000 young men and women into their ranks, basically. So they'd recruited virtually as many as they'd lost, basically. Imagine what's going on. They're killing your whole family. You're a young man. What are you going to do, basically? The resistance is what keeps it alive. They can't just go in and do it. The resistance is killing Israeli soldiers in Gaza right now as we speak. So they haven't gone away. They can't destroy them completely. And it's been recognized several times that they can't do that. So it's not so simple. What Trump, of course, unless you consider that you're going to send several thousand troops into Gaza and suffer a lot of casualties. I mean, the US did mobilize, 600,000 troops to go into Iraq. They took a few thousand casualties there, but they don't have the troops to do that now, not for Gaza. They're not going to do it for Gaza. Trump, when he tried before with Venezuela, for example, tried mercenaries to have a coup. That was hopeless. You recall that was defeated very quickly, I think in 2020, a hopeless operation. And there are mercenaries, US mercenaries working in Gaza now, helping with the Israeli army, because the Israeli army effectively doesn't exist now. It's effectively led by the US general in charge of CENTCOM, because CENTCOM is really the pro-consul for the Pentagon in that part of the world. Then you have the guy who's the pro-consul for Africa, what's his name? The one who's been talking about Ibrahim Traore now. So he's head of AFRICOM. But the head of CENTCOM is in Tel Aviv pretty much every week, pretty much hands-on operation of what's going on in Gaza. They have got mercenaries there, but will they be able to do what the Israeli army couldn't do? The Israeli army is defeated in many respects. If it wasn't for US weapons and arms and leadership, it wouldn't exist, basically. And that's why some people in the US, I believe, I saw some people saying today that really the Israeli military has disappeared. I heard Syrians saying that a couple of years ago, basically, that the US is running operations there, basically. So how long that's going to go on for, Trump, of course, can't deliver on what he says he wants to do with Gaza. As much as it horrifies people, he won't be able to do it. And the main reason for that is not, that he's horrifying other people in the world and further destroying US soft power. But the fact is there is resistance, and resistance is a key factor to consider in this, in how and when that colonized operation in occupied Palestine is going to disappear.
What is the solution? A one-party state? Is that the thought, that ultimately this boils down to one man, one vote?
It's the only rational solution. I appreciate the reservations you have about rational things happening. Of course, the two-state solution is rubbish. One of the best people who I've written about this, about the failure of the two-party, so-called two-party solution. It's something that was created in the context of 1967 and what the Israelis tried to annex back in 1967. But look what's happened since then. We've got, mainly in the last 3 or 4 years, we've got 6 independent reports branding it an apartheid regime. Now, an apartheid regime is a crime against humanity, which the international community has a responsibility to dismantle. So all of the talks about Israel has a right to defend itself. No state has any rights, and no apartheid regime has a right to defend itself. Rather, we have a responsibility to dismantle it. So that's been stated before the Gaza genocide. Now you've got the fact that this apartheid regime is also engaged in these horrific war crimes. They've been effectively indicted by international organizations, which had only really been prosecuting Africans up until now. I mean, that was the whole point of the International Criminal Court. As some Europeans said recently, the Europeans have trouble accepting that the ICC can issue warrants for the arrested Israelis because they thought it was only to do with African leaders, basically. Yep. And that's the sad truth of it, basically. That's the way the Europeans, many of them, still think, basically. But nevertheless, in that context, it's notable that the ICC was able to go beyond its mandate to its informal mandate to some extent, and indict some of those Israeli leaders. So in that context, and in the context of Netanyahu's future within the Israeli regime becoming increasingly tenuous, you notice, by the way, the latest big scandal about Netanyahu is that he was being funded by the Muslim Brotherhood people in Qatar, basically, which is very interesting because one of the things that the region didn't like about Hamas for a long time was that they had one foot in the Muslim Brotherhood camp and the other one in the resistance camp. In my view, they moved much more strongly into the resistance camp in the last 6 or 7 years, basically. But back in the early days, they tried to hide that strategy. The strategy was you defeat your secular enemy at home first. That's why they were fighting with Fatah and fighting with the Popular Front and so on. Now they're collaborating with the militant arms of those groups, basically. But that's why Netanyahu gave some favoritist treatment to Hamas in the past, because he was trying to foment divisions amongst the Palestinian factions. And it worked to a certain extent. It wasn't true that the Israelis were directly controlling Hamas, but they were trying to foment sectarian divisions. And of course, there was a reaction against that on the part of the socialist or the secular resistance factions in Palestine. So Hamas, in my view, moved much more clearly into the resistance camp in recent years. And that meant going back to having a strong relationship with Iran and with Hezbollah, for example.
Okay, the last thing, multipolarity. There's an argument to be made that despite the US saying, okay, now this is a multipolar world and we want to function in it, so we need Canada and Greenland, and we want to grab both of these things in order to secure the world or whatever.
Well, that's unipolarity.
Yeah, right. But there's an argument to be made that that's not really what they're doing. Like the fact that you would have a trade war against the world indicates, okay, well, you're not functioning in a multipolar way if you are literally having a trade war against the world. No. And even this notion of feeding Europe to Russia, which seems like what they're trying to do. Hey, Europe, you need to increase your military budgets by 5%. While we deal with China, we need you to deal with Russia, and we'll come back to Russia after we deal with China. Okay, again, it seems like they're trying to maintain a hegemonic control by destroying their enemies with this idea of maintaining control after they destroy their enemies. Does it make sense?
This is the failing years of unipolarity, basically. And I mean, the unipolarity that was set out in that 1997 book by Brzezinski. Remember Brzezinski, who was an advisor to a couple of governments in the US, the grand chessboard he spoke of. And his idea was to create this big wall down Eastern Europe to stop the integration of Europe and Asia, basically, in the middle of which you have, Eastern Europe and Russia and Central Europe and some of the Middle East and so on. So Brzezinski's set up a strategy that was pretty much adopted by the Pentagon, with a few doctrines of destroying disconnectedness, of what's it called, the full spectrum dominance, some of these Pentagon doctrines from the early 21st century. That was the idea of trying to maintain unipolarity. But multipolarity, which was a Russian concept in the 90s, popularized, I have to admit, I came to it first through Hugo Chavez in Venezuela in the early part of this century, because he was really the greatest advocate of multipolarity in Latin America. He was the one promoting it the most, and around the world, and in the Arab world, for example. That idea was that, no, that this idea of hegemonic domination of the world, if it ever existed, is not the future. And really, the chapter in my book which you might want to have a look at is called Wars of Hegemonic Decline. And it draws on a lot of literature. People have said, look, you look at the history of empires, they've always, risen and fallen, basically. And there've been these characteristics of the fall of empires. And one of the features that was called the Thucydides trap, which is about the necessary war between the failing hegemon and the rising hegemon. I'm talking about Greece back in the day, basically. But my take on that is, look, we have so many hybrid wars going on at the moment. They dominate, really. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of them, characterized by economic features, these so-called sanctions, unilateral coercive measures, economic wars in one form or another, sanctions, or tariff wars are another part of that, really. They're attempts to divide and weaken people. They work against some small states. Arguably, Syria was collapsed because of the pressures of economic blockade. Little Cuba is suffering, but has managed to resist for 65 years in economic blockade. But they do affect little countries much more than big countries. As you pointed out, the Russian economy is far from collapse. The idea of collapsing the the Chinese economy is just a bad joke, really. The Chinese economy is extraordinary. If people haven't visited China to see the development in that country of infrastructure and technology, it's worth a week or two of your time to do that, basically. So it doesn't work against big countries. It doesn't work as easily against Iran, even though Iran has suffered to some degree. But nevertheless, they're a big country. They produce most of what they consume. They also export. They found new export markets in the major multipolar institution of our day, which is the BRICS, of course. And now they have these strategic agreements with the big players in the BRICS, basically, even though there are some problems within the BRICS. But nevertheless, it's a force. It's a force that is gaining momentum because recently, you may have noticed, all of the Southeast Asian countries joined BRICS, all of them. And they're big countries, big populations, and they're countries that had some of them didn't want to buy into the a new Cold War. Basically, they wanted to have good relations with the US, but they also wanted the opportunities to be independent and have good relationships with China and Russia and so on. And of course, many African countries have shown a lot of enthusiasm about joining the BRICS, and they've been welcomed in by Russia. So that initial diplomatic offensive that was done by Washington, by the Biden administration against Russia, has failed now because really, if anything, there's this really, maybe it's a covert admiration but there's a great admiration for the fact that Russia actually stood up to the big bully in the world in Ukraine. They stood up to them, and now it hasn't been any sort of barrier to little countries wanting to join the BRICS. The BRICS now represents over half the world, basically. So that's multipolarity in the world today. It's really BRICS. And despite the problems, between Brazil and Venezuela, between China and India and Pakistan, it's still the big new institutional force of multipolarity in the world there. So it's a long way from what Trump is talking about or what Biden was trying to practice in other ways. But the whole US elite wants to hang on to this idea that they run the world. I don't think they ever did, really, but they have this idea that they do, and they're concerned that if they step out of some theater or another, whether it's West Africa or Libya or Syria or Yemen, that it's going to be a vacuum, and that Chinese and the Russian are going to go in there. I think I've heard RFK Jr. say exactly the same sort of thing. Russia and China will control all the energy resources of the Middle East and will be frozen out. That's not true. They could have bought that under normal circumstances. They could have bought oil from Saddam Hussein's Iraq, but they were too arrogant. They wanted too much. And this is what happens to empires. They overreach. They think they're losing some influence, and they go too far, and they can't maintain all of the different wars that they carried out. The case in point and timely is, of course, and I think Trump's made this point. He's not totally ignorant of history. He said Napoleon and Hitler, they both tried to conquer Russia. They both failed. Yeah. He makes a good point there, really, to think that you can destroy Russia when it's something to do with Russia's key central existential interest is a huge illusion. It's been tried before and it's failed. And it was the overreach of Napoleon, the overreach of Hitler that led to the collapse of those past empires.
Yeah. There's a great scene with Napoleon leaving his army in order to haul ass back to France. Like he's like trying to get away because it all failed. He's like, I don't understand why they ever make these. Tim, man, this has been fantastic. I have deeply appreciated this conversation. You have no idea, and it's timely considering what is taking place in Yemen right now. I wish you safe travels, man. Tim Anderson, he's a writer, internationalist, academic, director of Center for Counter-Hegemonic Studies. And you can check out the website that is counter-hegemonic-studies. And I believe this is
SIT.
Yeah.
SIT is the suffix, yeah.
Thank you for this, man. I really do appreciate it. You have a good one. Be safe. All right. I have deeply appreciated that conversation. You have no idea. I deeply appreciate that conversation. I'm going to go from one great guest to another. We are joined by Hamza Salam. Hamza Salam, my mouse is just being weird. I'm sorry. He is a Pakistani journalist. He is founder and editor of Pakistan Daily, and a former reporter for Pakistan's The News International. Hamza, man, welcome to the show. How you doing today? You doing okay?
Yes, I'm fine. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. This has been a dramatic night, I'll tell you that. I watched warplanes from India hit Pakistan or areas of Pakistan. I watched Pakistan respond, blowing up seemingly some kind of Indian military facility. I'm trying to pull this up for the audience so they can see it for themselves. Apparently, Indian fighters were either shot down or crashed. I'm not entirely sure which. I'm seeing reports coming out for both. To put it mildly, these two nuclear powers have now exchanged heavy fire. What is the Pakistani argument in this? And what are they saying from their point of view? I know Pakistan went to the UN Security Council to try to get the UN Security Council to effectively, I guess, intervene in some way. They didn't really intervene. I know Russia and China were talking about being diplomats and trying to prevent this from taking place. Modi had already given license to his military to go after the people who were responsible for the attack in Kashmir. Now, I would imagine the Indian government is saying we are attacking targets that was related in some way to the attack and the murder of the 26 Indian citizens, Hindus, on our territory. Give me, what is the Pakistani take for this?
Well, last night's attack by India was unprovoked and unjustified. India targeted multiple civilian areas, so India did not target military installations. Over 30 people have died in Pakistan so far, with dozens injured, and Pakistan sees this as an act of war. Now, in retaliation to this provocation, the Pakistani Air Force shot down 5 Indian fighter jets, including 3 Rafale jets. The debris has been found, and it has also been acknowledged by the Indian media. So it's a very precarious situation overall. Now, just a few minutes earlier, Pakistan's National Security Committee also held a meeting in which they decided to give a befitting response to India. So currently, the aerial dogfight was just the retaliation to this attack, but the main response by Pakistan is yet to be seen. But since these are two nuclear powers, the world is calling on both nations to exercise restraint. And I think the onus is now on India to make any de-escalating measures, because so far they have initiated a war and it remains unclear on how things will unfold. But I do think with reasonable certainty it can be predicted that Pakistan will respond.
Wow. As you point out, there was, I guess, exchange of fire. India hit various targets. Pakistan responded. Pakistan comes out saying, okay, we can stop here if you want to stop here, if that's what you want to do. India is not going to accept that these were civilian targets. What India is going to say is we were going after terrorist targets that we believe were related in some way. And if there were civilians in an area, we understand, but ultimately what we were trying to hit were terrorists that were responsible for the killing of the Indian citizens. What do you say to that? I mean, do you take that as being a rational take that, yeah, we went after people, fair enough. There were civilians, we understand, but ultimately we were going after the people who were responsible in some way? Because I don't think India is looking at this from the perspective of we were attacking the Pakistani government. They're looking at it, we were attacking targets not related to Pakistani military installations, but to terrorist affiliations. Give me a take on that.
Well, so far, India has not provided a shred of evidence of Pakistani involvement in Pahalgam or in any other incident which they may claim is an excuse for their aggression. Now, even these locations, India has not shared any evidence with the international community or their own media, which suggests that these places were terrorist camps. It seems like a fiction created just to justify this provocation. But even if, for argument's sake, let's agree that yes, there might be some terrorist targets in those locations. International law does not allow any nation to attack any other sovereign nation inside their own territory. Now, if we reverse the situation, could Pakistan do the same? What if Pakistan says that there are terrorist camps in India and attacks in the heart of New Delhi or Mumbai or Goa or in other targets? How would that situation be? The world may not perhaps agree to such a unilateral and such an aggressive action, but now that India has opened this door for aggression, I think it is only natural and understandable that Pakistan's response will be proportionate. Now, Pakistan's Strategic Plans Division has a policy of quid pro quo plus, which means that any aggression will be responded slightly more than what the aggression has happened by India. So now I think it is plausible, at least, that Pakistan will also target Indian cities, perhaps using the same rhetoric India is using, and justify their own military operations inside Indian territory.
Now, you are going to find this slightly comical in regard, because look, I agree with you on the military and the way that they speak about attacks, because they always put it through their frame of reference. And they would say, these were precision, targeted, non-escalatory. And it's like, okay, dude, you're even if you feel justified in the attack, the idea that it's not escalatory is nonsense, right? But their point is right here. It says Operation Sindoor, which is what they're calling it. It said the targets. Well, I'm not going to go for the cities, but the Ministry of Defense emphasized that the operations were, quote, focused, measured, and non-escalatory, deliberately avoiding Pakistan military installations to prevent further escalation. Quote, our actions have been focused, measured, non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been hit. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in the selection of targets and methods of execution. Said this was an official statement from the Ministry of Defense. What do you say to that? That from their point of view, look, we didn't hit any Pakistani military installations. So because we didn't hit anything associated with Pakistani military, then this should be, I guess, okay, I guess in their minds. I don't know any state that would accept that, but fair enough. What is your take on that? I mean, their thing is we weren't going after Pakistan proper. We were going after terrorist elements in Pakistan. Let me ask you this. Do you accept that there are elements, that there are terrorist elements that are in various locations in Pakistan, and that those elements may have been associated with or responsible for the attack? And from India's point of view, we're not necessarily associating this with the Pakistani government, which is the reason why we didn't attack Pakistani military installations. We were going after terrorist elements in Pakistan that we believe were responsible for it. And so Pakistan is not being attacked in the proper sense of the word of the Pakistani government, but terrorist elements in Pakistan are. And the reason why I ask this, the US will make the same argument in Afghanistan. And look, I don't accept this argument in the US case, but they would say, we are hitting terrorist elements that are in these various regions that is doing X and Y. Now, the problem with the US is 70 to 80% of those people are civilians. But put that aside for the moment. We make a very similar premise when we are going for attacks in various regions, even in Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken. Do you accept that there are terrorist elements in Pakistan, that the Pakistani government doesn't necessarily have control, or the very least Pakistani government is saying we had no control over this? So, okay. So the Pakistani government doesn't have control over those terrorist elements, and that the Indian airstrike wasn't going after Pakistan proper. It was going after those terrorist elements that the Pakistani government says that they don't have control of. And look, you still may say that's still unacceptable. You're still going after Pakistani territory, and you haven't shown any evidence that this is coming from us. But give me your take on that argument, because that is their argument.
Well, I think this entire argument is based on a false premise. If it were true, or if it had a shred of truth in it, evidence would have been shared with the international community, with India's own media, but this has not been the case so far. So far, what we have seen is that India has targeted Pakistani civilians. Our newsroom at the Pakistan Daily has seen pictures of dead bodies of women, of young children. They have been identified. Their funerals are currently ongoing. So I think the premise New Delhi is trying to build is totally based on a false narrative, crafted to pacify their own domestic audience and their own domestic aims. But this is a very dangerous game New Delhi is playing, because now things are moving upwards in the escalation ladder, and Islamabad will respond at a place and time of its own choosing. So earlier, Pakistan's defense minister also said that if Pakistani civilians aren't safe, then Indian civilians won't be safe either. If India feels that there are terror camps in Pakistan, which the Pakistani government has no control of, then the Pakistani government could also claim that there are terror camps in India, which New Delhi has no control of. So, tit for tat responses could be the norm. The situation could further escalate. And right now, what we're seeing is that New Delhi has emerged as the aggressor in this regard. The international community is also, by and large, calling India out for this, unilateral act of aggression. Even the United States, the EU, other Western countries are calling for both sides to exercise restraint. But the feeling in Islamabad and in entire Pakistan is that of not of mourning, but of anger.
Yeah.
And this national anger will now translate into a befitting response. Already, we have seen Pakistan's Air Force exert its aerial supremacy in the skies of South Asia. And Pakistani forces have downed over 5 Indian aircraft. But still, it seems that this response is still not proportionate unless Pakistan targets India inside their own territory, just like New Delhi did. I think this situation cannot be normalized. Diplomatic channels cannot succeed unless there is equality in the escalation ladder, unless New Delhi acknowledges its aggression against Pakistan, and unless the Pakistani people also believe that it is time to, call for peace, because right now war bells are ringing in both capitals.
Do you, in Pakistan in general, believe that Israel carried out a false flag and murdered 26 of its own civilians? Because I'm trying to understand. I got to be honest with you. I am not overtly familiar with with Pakistan and Indian politics. And so when I'm asking these questions, if they're stupid questions, forgive me. It's me trying to set up a context to understand it. 26 Indian civilians were murdered. And I guess the catch becomes, A, why did that murder take place? And was there some relationship with Pakistan in regards to the killing of these civilians? And I guess my question is, why would they set up a pretext by which to attack Pakistan? Like, what would be their rationale for it? What would be their motivation to do that and to initiate a war on some pretext of these civilians being killed if they weren't angered by these civilians being killed?
Well, okay, let me answer the first question first. That whether this is a false flag attack or not, frankly, I do not have enough information to answer this question. It could be a false flag attack. It could be something else. So far, both sides don't have enough evidence to say something very substantive. But what we do know is that India has provided no evidence of Pakistani involvement. So far, with the information we have, at the 7th of May, while we are talking, there is literally zero evidence of Pakistani involvement in this attack. Now, there are certain questions I myself have which perhaps hint towards this incident being a false flag. My primary question is, why have these attackers not been arrested by now? How have they remained hidden in Indian occupied Kashmir when there are literally hundreds of thousands of Indian soldiers in that region? Is that a security failure, or is it something more sinister? And about the motivations of India to do something like this and to initiate a war with Pakistan, I think India has a lot of motivation to do something like this. And in South Asia and in the entire world, we see states sometimes behaving in a very weird way in order to achieve their political and diplomatic and military goals. So what we saw immediately after this attack, like minutes after the attack, we saw India blame Pakistan when enough information was not even there about how many people had died, who were involved. It's literally impossible to point blame on any party in a few minutes of such a big terrorist attack. So I think this needs to be considered by the international community on how India conducted the investigation of this attack. But in regards to India's motivations, so what India's first reaction to this attack was suspending the Indus Water Treaty. Now, this Indus Water Treaty was brokered by the World Bank. It created a water sharing mechanism by both countries because there are certain rivers which are shared between these two neighbors. So India wanted to opt out of this. Now, I think it could have been foreseen that if India suspends the Indus Water Treaty, Pakistan would suspend the Shimla Agreement, which holds the current line of control in Kashmir, which divides this conflicted region between both countries. So India could perhaps wanted a hot border, perhaps they wanted more military gains, perhaps they felt that their military was well equipped to deliver military geographical gains. So this could be a very strong motivation. And other motivation could be that India was having provincial elections in Bihar. So in order to capitalize on a stronger domestic political sentiment, in order for the BJP, the Indian ruling party, to gain political capital, I think such a scandal, serves them well. And right now there's a very patriotic sentiment in both countries, and the ruling governments and the ruling parties do have extended political capital. Now, Pakistan is not having any elections, or Pakistan doesn't have a need for such kind of public perception manipulation. But India could very well do something like this in order to, manipulate the views of their own audiences. And these things have happened before, even in the Pulwama attack, when India blamed Pakistan and there was an aerial dogfight between these both nations. It happened just a few weeks before Prime Minister Modi's general election. So there is a pattern, there is a history, what Pakistan has called for. And I think the entire global community, by and large, is backing this demand of an independent investigation of how the Pahalgam attack was conducted. Why is New Delhi so against an independent investigation into this attack? These are some of the actions which raise suspicions of a false flag operation.
No, I agree with you. There should be an independent investigation, 1,000%. I will tell you that governments they have a hyper-aggressive response when their own citizens have killed. I can tell you if that was the U.S., oh my God, the response by the U.S. they would not wait for the investigation to come to the conclusion. So fair enough, agreed. It is a heavy burden for me to get to the assessment that they would murder 26 of their own. The U.S. has plans like that. The CIA, for example, had a plan of killing civilians, simulated or real, in order to blame the Cuban government to provoke a war. So again, my context is America, which gives me a very dark context for some of the stuff. It's just a heavy edge. I would tell you that people I've also interviewed will point out and say, well, Pakistan has various divisions, and in order to bring the country together, they may be willing to do something like this with the notion of provoking a conflict, with the idea that within the context of that conflict, the country would rally behind the government, a government that is in crisis, with Imran Khan being prosecuted, with various factions in various parts of Pakistan that seems to be at war with the government. Meaning they would also come away with an assessment that, okay, well, Pakistan needed this also. And again, this is not me criticizing. This is not me taking a side. This is me asking questions. I don't have a dog in this hunt. I'm on the moon looking at this, and I'm trying to understand it from both sides, to figure out, to get more context on it, if that makes sense. So my questions aren't an indictment. The questions are just honest questions. Where does this go? Let me ask that. If indeed Islamabad is like, we need a balance, and that balance means we need to also attack into India, India is not going to accept that, and they're going to respond in kind. So are we just moving up the escalatory ladder, or do you think the skirmish is enough where both sides can come together and say, okay, we both got our licks in, we're putting this to bed? Or you don't see this ending anytime soon? You see this continuing to escalate?
Well, so far, because just minutes ago, we saw Pakistan's National Security Committee hold an emergency meeting in which they did decide to respond to this Indian aggression. The Prime Minister of Pakistan and the cabinet have authorized the armed forces to conduct any operation as and when they deem fit. And Pakistan's military spokesman the Director General of the Inter-Services Public Relations, Lieutenant General Ahmed Sharif Chaudhry, has also made it clear that Pakistan will respond at a time and place of its choosing. And I think when sovereignty is involved, when national pride is involved, when national unity is involved, Pakistan and Pakistanis will not compromise. And New Delhi and the entire world should not be misunderstood about Pakistan's intentions. I think each and every Pakistani citizen vows to defend their motherland. And after such a horrendous attack on Pakistani civilians, I think that the national sentiment is that there needs to be an appropriate response, because if there is not, then such a situation could happen again, and Pakistan's silence or yearning for peace could be considered as a weakness. And I think Islamabad cannot let that happen in these circumstances. And yes, if things rise in the escalatory ladder, I think it perhaps serves Islamabad, because it may be argued that Islamabad has much less to lose than New Delhi. Islamabad represents a much smaller economy, a much smaller population, and to be honest, geopolitically, New Delhi does pull more weight. So, if this escalates further, it's only India's loss, because Pakistan is already a conflict-ridden country. We have tensions with Afghanistan. We don't have an ideal relationship with Iran. So even if we share a hot border with India and there's a prolonged conflict, the Pakistani forces are battle-hardened. India has not had a major war since a long time. Even recently, last night, we have seen how the Pakistani Air Force completely dominated the skies and downed multiple Indian jets. So I do think that the situation will escalate. And in regards to your earlier comment that, yes, you're right, if we are claiming that India may conduct a false flag, then yes, it always serves us if we look at the opposite side, that what if Pakistan did it for its own domestic political maneuvering or capital? Yes, that is a possibility. But in any analysis or in any hypothesis, I think what is most important is the evidence. So if there is any evidence of Pakistani involvement, I think that yes, international law should take its course, and any actor which supports terror should be held accountable. There can be no justification for terrorism in any context, but it should be impartial, it should be independent, and it should be acknowledged by both parties. But such unilateral actions signify bullying. And one thing, as a Pakistani, I can tell you, I'm a journalist, I'm reporting on this conflict, but the Pakistani nation will not be bullied. We are just not like that. We're a martial race, and we would prefer to die rather than to live with indignity. These are the sentiments of the Pakistani nation, and we are completely confident that our armed forces will represent our sentiments.
One last question before I let you go, and I appreciate you coming on. I really do, especially at the short time frame. Do you think that J.D. Vance being in India had anything to do with the timing of this? That seems like a hell of a coincidence that he's in India and then this takes place like a day later.
Well, in these things, when I analyze such actions, I think there are no coincidences, and things can't just be too good to be true, or without a reason. So still, I don't say that correlation means causation.
Yes.
So it could just be a random occurrence. But the way New Delhi has dealt with this entire situation, the way they have been unable to capture the attackers, the way they are trying to stall an independent investigation, the way they took minutes to blame Pakistan, and the fact that the Vice President of the United States was there, I think all of these circumstances just create a confusion or a doubt that what really transpired that fateful night in Pahalgam, and why hasn't India or the global community been able to find out the truth so far? It's been many days since it happened. If there was a national will represented by New Delhi, I have no doubt that these attackers would have been caught and held accountable. But what we have seen is that the attackers have not been caught and not been punished, but another country which right now has nothing to do with this or has no evidence of their involvement, they have been attacked. So this perhaps leans towards a sinister motive, which Islamabad is also exploring.
Mhm. Wow. Dramatic, to put it mildly. Hazma Salam, thank you for this, man. I really do appreciate it, especially on short notice. Hazma Salam, he is a Pakistani journalist. He is founder and editor for Pakistan Daily and former reporter for Pakistan's News International. You be safe, man. Thank you for this.
Thank you for having me.
Be safe. Bye-bye. All right. Fascinating events, to put it mildly. I'm going to go to my next guest. We have a full show today. I am joined with Piers Robinson. He is co-director of the Organization for Propaganda Studies. You can follow him on Twitter at Piers Robinson1. I follow your channel. I always appreciate your take. Welcome to the show, man. How you doing today?
Hi, it's good to be with you. Hope you're well.
I am doing well, and it is good to have you. And thank you for coming on short notice. My guest he was injured. He wasn't able to come on. And so I really do appreciate it. And I was following, it sounded like, and correct me if I'm getting this wrong, you and another gentleman were doing a presentation on how the fake chemical weapon strike that they kept saying took place in Syria led to what we're seeing now in Syria with this Jelani jihadist government taking over, the ethnic cleansing that the West is flagrantly ignoring. Like all of this stuff, meaning the outcome of Syria right now is directly related to this false flag chemical weapon strike on Syria. Am I getting that right? I want to make sure I understand the presentation.
Yeah.
Please do the presentation so the audience will be able to find it.
For sure. I mean, it's not one specific chemical weapons allegation. It's the entire narrative that was constructed around alleged chemical weapons used by the Syrian government.
Yeah.
And that narrative, as I've argued for many years, has formed essentially a strategic deception, propaganda drive, and it has been designed from the beginning in order to delegitimate the Syrian government, to shore up, for example, sanctions, to shore up support for the military operations to overthrow the Syrian government. Very similar in a way to what we saw with Iraq and WMD with Saddam Hussein back in 2003. That was, as we know now, it was a false narrative. It was manipulated intelligence, painted Saddam as being involved in the current production of chemical and biological and nuclear weapons, etc., used to justify the war. And this is exactly what happened in Syria. And it kicked off very early on in Syria in 2012 with these events occurring, which were being blamed on the Syrian government. And they maintained this for many, many years with multiple alleged attacks. We can get into the details in a minute. But essentially what that was designed to do was to demonize and to delegitimate the Syrian government and to underpin essentially the regime change war which was going on and which led to where we are now, because in December of 2024 the 14-year dirty war against Syria finally succeeded and the Syrian government fell and Jelani took over, Jelani and HTS. And Jelani is somebody who's been backed by the West. His career has segued from Al-Qaeda in Iraq through to Al-Qaeda al-Nusra Front in Syria, and he's now in charge.
Yep.
With, as you just described, accompanying atrocities being committed now against the Alawites and other groups within the country. So although in the first instance it might seem sort of, well, what is Piers getting at here? What chemical weapon attack is he talking about? But really, when you look at the big picture with Syria, the chemical weapons deception, you know, it has been a major part of the propaganda drive. Because if you remember back in 2024, when the Syrian government fell, you know, the rhetoric was there. We've got rid of Assad finally. This is a man who gasses his own people.
Right.
So it's important, it's powerful, and it's enabled what it is helped create the path to where we are now in Syria, with the country torn apart, obviously with Turkey and Israel occupying parts of the country, with the atrocities being carried out with groups connected to the current Syrian regime, which is in control, and with an incredibly uncertain future. in a broader context of the Middle East, where there is an incredibly uncertain future at this point in time. So that's what I meant by that, and it has been important. I know that with the Iraq invasion, it was very much upfront that it was the weapons of mass destruction was the core argument being put forward. And of course, with Syria, there's always been sort of a range of arguments pushed forward, but the chemical weapons narrative was one of them, and a very important part of that. So it's gotten us to where we are today. If it hadn't have been there, it would have been much harder to pursue the dirty war against Syria.
Oh, 1,000% agree with you. I remember when Tulsi Gabbard went on CNN. She went on CNN after taking a trip to Syria. And one of the arguments was, oh my God, he gasses his own people. How are you visiting Syria? Meaning for her pointing out, we're supporting terrorists in Syria to try to overthrow the government. They were like, yeah, but Assad gasses his own people, so it's okay. Like, meaning
Undercuts the argument.
Yeah, it was used as a
Yeah.
justification for anything that happened in Syria to Assad, missing the point that, they're human beings in Syria beyond Assad, that they're allowing this to take place. And people like me, I would imagine people like you, people who have been paying attention to this issue, pointed out, whatever you think of Assad, when he goes, those jihadists are going to go on a murder campaign. And that is exactly what happened. The West tried to make it look as if, well, Jelani, this head chopper that used to be with ISIS, is now in a suit. He had a haircut, and so he's perfectly fine. I mean, he's going to European capitals, shaking hands with these various people. Well, he didn't shake Baerbock's hand, but you get my point. And if I'm not mistaken, is even meeting Donald Trump. Like, they're effectively putting him out in the media as if this is some great guy who is now bringing Syria together. Syria is being balkanized, correct?
Yeah, it's being balkanized. As I mentioned, you have Israel and Turkey occupying, and also on the cusp of fighting over territory within Syria.
Yeah.
You have Jelani and his crew in control of part of Syria. I can't quite, I've been traveling for a little bit, so I'm not quite sure if America has pulled its troops out of the eastern parts of Syria. I suspect probably not. So the country is carved up. There is a terrifying future, I think, at the moment. I mean, if you remember what happened after the Iraq invasion in 2003, if you remember the civil wars which raged, which, of course, interestingly enough, Jelani was a part of, in terms of being Al-Qaeda in Iraq, it's looking at as a very desperate future, I think. And again, in the broader context of the wars which are going on. So, yeah, and I was going to say, just to make the point clearly, I mean, the point about the chemical weapons, that this has been a highly organized deception operation with the involvement of multiple countries, Britain, France, and America, Qatar, Israel, Turkey, involved in some real events, as in false flag, other completely fabricated events, the manipulation of organizations such as the OPCW, that's the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, and the manipulation of those investigations to point the finger at the Syrian government. And it involved the use of proxies, for example, former British military people involved with groups such as the White Helmets on the ground have been involved in the construction of this deception over chemical weapons. Back to the OPCW, you had the Duma investigation in 2018. You had whistleblowers from that investigation finally, as it were, blew the whistle that those investigations were being corrupted in order to point the finger at the Syrian government. So you have an extraordinarily large network of these contractors, former defense, governments working, corrupting the OPCW fact-finding missions in order to maintain this oppression that Assad was gassing his own people. And some of these events, I said some were staged, some were real false flags, as it were. Some of these events involved the murder of civilians. Certainly Ghouta 2013 is the most prominent. Duma, there were 43 civilians killed. So just think about for a second what one actually means when one says that these events weren't carried out by the Syrian government. They were carried out by someone else under our noses or with our involvement. This is the murder of civilians. This is war crimes which are being committed. And the drive is to blame all of this on the Syrian government, blame all of this on Assad and so on, when in reality, what we know from people such as myself and others who've researched this for many years, and also because of the whistleblowers who emerged, this is all false. These deceptions have been created, and some of them have included the murder of civilians. This is a war crime. And myself, I worked alongside Hans von Sponeck and Jose Bastani, who's the first Director General of the OPCW, and also Richard Falk. We've spent many years communicating with the UN Security Council, communicating with the OPCW, communicating with the International Commission on Syria about the manipulation of the Duma investigation. And guess what? They don't want to hear, and they don't want to talk about it.
That's what I was going to ask you.
They don't want to deal with any of the questions which were raised by the whistleblowers. And it's that silence, I think, which speaks volumes about their guilt and culpability in what has transpired in Syria over the last 13, 14 years.
That is precisely what I was going to ask you. Because I saw it was like 3 different whistleblowers. They talk about...
There were two primary whistleblowers, but there were other people who communicated with us. But essentially, there are 2 publicly known whistleblowers, Ian Henderson and Brendan Whelan. But there are other people who communicated with us in the OPCW, but they were the ones who became the public face, in a sense.
That is so wild to me, because they put out their own report, making the point of saying the report was changed. They talk about how men coming in seeming like Americans, effectively, I don't want to say threatening, but effectively threatening and trying to push them to change the results of their report. The first report points out that canisters were just sitting in a way that they couldn't have been dropped. And, you know, it was chlorine. Like, the report completely repudiates what was put out by the OPCW ultimately. And them coming out saying, look, we were the investigators. That report is bogus. And the UN Security Council is like, we don't want to hear it. We don't care. That is an astonishing thing. Yeah, I don't know how to reconcile that. I mean, and what I mean by
you dropped out for a minute there, right? I got cut off for a minute, so I missed the first part, but I assume you were talking about the whistleblowers.
Exactly, and what they were coming out, effectively saying that the whistleblowers, my point is, the whistleblowers came out and completely repudiated the report that came out saying we were the investigators. That is not our report. And the things that you're saying in that report, it's not the assessments that we came to. And the UN Security Council blows off the people who are actually doing the investigation and goes with a report that they themselves say is not the report that we released. Yeah. That is amazing.
It was an amazing event. I mean, this is all sort of was at its height around 2019 when OPCW whistleblowers first emerged, but there were documents was leaked to WikiLeaks, for example. The British journalist Peter Hitchens reported on the issue, and to make absolutely clear what actually happened was that, the team who went to Duma to investigate, they wrote up their first report, and submitted it off, and it was signed off. Right, that's going to be published, and it was Brendan Whelan, the guy who'd been involved in who'd written the first report. He by accident discovered at the printers the report which was about to be published, and it wasn't the report he had written. It had been profoundly altered and manipulated and so on. And the only reason why it wasn't published is because he happened to just catch it at the printers by accident and said, well, this isn't right. And he then protested internally and so on. And that was the start of essentially the kind of internal controversy over what was going on with the investigation, which ultimately became public. But when you think about it, that's absolutely extraordinary. You have a scientific team, they write their report, and this is all within the auspices of the OPCW, supposedly the gold standard chemical weapons watchdog, connected,
independent,
UN-linked organization.
Independent watchdog, by the way.
Independent watchdog. And that is blatant and obvious scientific corruption of an investigation, and that's known, and that's never been even questioned. It's never been disputed because it's true, because the documents were leaked, because Brendan Whelan's letters of protest were released, and his letters to the Director General of the OPCW, and and the second part of this is that think about it, if you're part of a big company, or if you're in a university and you have a research team where something like this happens, and the researchers come to you and you're the dean of the university or you're in charge of the organization, say, this is what's happened. What would you do? You would immediately, if you were if you were going to act appropriately, you would immediately conduct an investigation and find out what on earth was going on within your organization. And the Director General of the OPCW, the response was to stonewall the scientists, and then ultimately, along with the British, French, and American governments, start to smear and attack the scientists. So it's extraordinary, and it's absolutely blatant. And for anyone who wants to take the time to sort of read the reports that I've written and research other people have done, Aaron Matei has done a lot of work with the Grey Zone on this. And there's many other researchers over the years who've looked at other chemical weapons incidents. It doesn't take long looking at us to see how blatant the manipulations are, and the OPCW's behavior with the whistleblower scientists was blatant, and they've gotten away with it. And of course, they've gotten away with it for all the usual reasons: highly compliant mainstream media who don't want to touch the issue, governments who are willing to engage in smear campaigns against anybody who raises questions. So myself and my colleagues working on Syria have been hit multiple times by hit pieces in the Times or the Huffington Post, and that closes the issue down. And of course, these issues do never get completely closed down, and in the fullness of time, the truth comes out, and I think that will be the case with Syria. But it's just yet another example. We have a large swathe now. We're living through a time, aren't we, where things which were previously not known become known. Yesterday's conspiracy theory is today's fact, etc. Syria and the chemical weapons is one of those, but it's a big one. It's a 13-year war. And the manipulation and the corruption is obvious if you care to look, if people dig into it. And it is blatant. And it is just another example, I think, in the broader sense of, how corrupt our governments are and our mainstream media, but also the extent to which deception is such an integral part to the way in which our democracies operate. Publics are continually being deceived. Iraqi WMD, Syria chemical weapons, 9/11, JFK assassinations, all of these issues, which, of course, Ukraine, Nord Stream is I think, in a way, a lot of people know about Nord Stream now. That, by the way, it wasn't the Russians who blew up Nord Stream pipeline, and so on. But that one was almost too obvious for them to. It was
comical, yeah.
They couldn't even try for much longer than a year to keep that one buried. Yeah. But that's when it was carried out, it was yet another major deception. And so on. We're living through this kind of era. But Syria, as I say, is a big one, an important one, and one that we have a lot of knowledge about. I mean, I won't sort of go into the details of some of the incidents, but people who have researched, whether it's Coup 2013, for example, some of the early alleged chlorine attacks, some of it is very obvious, and some of it is unfortunately comical, the level of deception or the kind of deception which is being employed. And so, I mean, I'll give one example on Tal Menes. I mean, I think you've got time, haven't you?
Yeah, time.
I mean, Tal Menes is one of the first of the alleged chlorine gas attacks, when, after the Syrian government had acceded to the Chemical Weapons Convention, handed over all of its strategic arsenal of sarin, which it used essentially as a strategic defense potentially against Israel, who are nuclear capable. After it had basically sort of it had joined the Chemical Weapons Convention, it had dismantled all of its strategic stocks. And I guess Assad and Syria were thinking, well, hopefully that's all over now, when they're going to stop accusing us, and so on. But then suddenly chlorine gas cylinders apparently started to be dropped on the civilian population. And so, what we're being asked to believe there from the narrative managers in the West is that having sort of dismantled and given up his strategic arsenal of sarin, Assad suddenly decided, well, yeah, I'm just going to carry on and start dropping chlorine gas cylinders on the population. Now, the first one of these was Tal Menes, and that was to be investigated by the OPCW and their newly formed fact-finding mission, which was an ad hoc mission. It's not part and parcel of the OPCW. It was set up essentially outside of the framework of the Chemical Weapons Convention at the behest of the Americans and the British to investigate these new allegations. And this is back in 2014. Mm-hmm. And what transpired with Talmenes is that there were 2 attack sites which were claimed at the time. The chlorine gas cylinder has landed here, and then 90 meters over there, another chlorine gas cylinder has landed. Please come in and investigate. And now, after sort of multiple reports, and all of this is buried in this rather tortuous process of interim reports and then a joint investigative mechanism, what they finally conceded is that one of these impact sites, where there's this huge crater, okay, where supposedly a chlorine gas cylinder had fallen, a huge crater surrounded by dead animals who are unmarked and so on. The team concluded, well, that appears to have been created by an explosive device put into the ground, which has created this crater and so on. And so this is a stage scene. But the other scene 90 meters away, where there's another chlorine gas cylinder, and there's a partially demolished kitchen, and where somebody is reported to have been killed, we'll take that one as real. We think that that's enough evidence to say that's a real attack. So that's what comes out at the end of this investigation, is that, okay, one of these sites is staged and the other site is real. But these were both reported at the time by these activist groups on the ground as being part of the same attack. So if the final report is correct and that one of these is real and one of these is staged, what we are being asked to believe is that as a real chemical weapons attack was occurring at Talmenes, 90 meters away at another location, somebody was busily blowing up dynamite in the ground to create a crater and then surrounding it with dead animals to create a stage scene. It's absurd.
That's outrageous.
And yet that is the kind of absurdity that has been communicated. And, you know, other investigations, you've got equally absurd arguments being put forward. By 2016, and I won't name the names as to who we think was behind this, not publicly, but this kind of narrative emerges that Assad had started to not just use a cylinder of chlorine gas to drop on the civilian population, that he had started to use this new mixed device or binary device, whereby you combine, I think, hydrochloric acid with explosives and then potassium permanganate. And you create, essentially, when this thing hits the ground, an explosion occurs and it creates a chemical reaction, which creates chlorine, because the byproduct of mixing these things is chlorine. Okay. And so they have these pictures of this bizarre kind of sort of wacky racist type device with these packages of hydrochloric acid inside, with these packages of potassium permanganate, and then these explosive detonator cords. Totally infeasible device. Yeah, which no weapons expert would seriously say that this would actually work in practice. And then again, just think about it for a second. This device, even if it could create a little bit of chlorine through the reaction, it would, as a colleague pointed out to be about enough chlorine to kill a field mouse, possibly. It creates a very small amount. So if you're going to be dropping cylinders, why don't you just drop a cylinder of chlorine?
Right. That would be more simple, right?
It makes no sense. It's just part of this crude propaganda and sort of anything we can get away with and so on, because the mainstream journalists, unkind reading, they're just stupid. A kind reading is that they're just co-opted and they're not allowed to report on this, or they're not allowed to use their own minds when looking at these cases. This kind of nonsense gets passed off, and it ends up, for example, that binary device ended up in an OPCW FFM report. What is a possible drawing of the kind of weapons which we think Assad might be using. Is crazy.
Give me your take on the journalist aspect. I mean, and I guess there are two, right? One is the OPCW itself, and how do you think they were manipulated? Was that a complicit head of the OPC that just accepted the U.S. saying, "Hey, Assad is responsible, so we're going to push the report in a particular direction"? And the other one is the media. I am always at a loss to know whether they're incompetent or whether they're complicit. I don't know which. I've been in media as a reporter, and I still don't know which. Because from my point of view, and I may be crude in the way I get stories, but I just say, okay, I'm sitting on the moon looking at events. This is my understanding of what I'm seeing. And I try to be as honest as possible. They come away with ludicrous ideas, like the notion that the OPCW report is in conflict, meaning there are people coming out, going after the report. They ignore one, report the other, without presenting the alternative of saying, hey, the people who actually investigated are saying this report is bogus and manipulated. Okay, well, people can come to their assessment that, well, yeah, reports can be manipulated. And so the people who are doing an investigation are not necessarily wrong in this. What would be their motivation in this? But the reporter ignore that and repeat the narrative. And I'll give you one other before I let you comment. I remember Syria, Russia, Iran had taken back roughly 80% of the territory. And they still came out with the narrative, Assad is using chemical weapons. And it's like, okay, well, why would he need to do that, considering they've taken back the overwhelming majority of the territory? The Russians and Iranians are helping. They can obviously take back the rest. Why would they need to do that? And the media would say, well, it's because Assad is a bad guy. And it's like, okay, so you're telling me that despite the fact that releasing the chemical weapons is a pretext by which the West may get further involved into the war, that he's doing this without needing to do it just because he's a bad guy. And they say yes. And it's like, okay. Like, that's what I mean, right? Like, are they that in the tank where it's just this American or Western perspective where they're just blind to this stuff?
When
Where
they're
just
blind.
to that? So you don't think they're lying. You think they're just blinded by
Well,
the
okay.
narrative.
Picking up on the 2 points in a second, both about how this was working within the OPCW and the question of journalism. Why do they do what they do? I mean, the Ghouta 2013 mass sarin attack, which was blamed on the Syrian government, that occurred in Damascus a week after an OPCW UN team had arrived to investigate allegations of chemical weapons use by the opposition. So the Syrian government had invited in the OPCW and the UN, said, please come, because our soldiers are being attacked with sarin. Right. And a week after they arrived in Damascus, there was this mass sarin attack, and it was blamed on the Syrian government, and that led to the accession, which I was talking about earlier. Yes. But what we're asked to believe there is that Assad, having invited in an investigation team, then decided, okay, I'm just going to fire off a salvo of sarin right into a Damascus just so they can actually see the rockets going. It makes no sense. And as you say, journalists aren't using their critical faculties and so on.
Yeah.
Look, just very quickly, we know quite a lot about what has been going on within the OPCW. And for example, one of the problems I mentioned before was that the fact-finding missions were operating outside of the Chemical Weapons Convention. And one of the consequences of that was that the scientific divisions in the OPCW had no oversight of those investigations. They were controlled from what's called the Office of the Director General, which is where the Director General is, and then the Chief of Cabinet. And if you look at the staff personnel in those positions, it was a Turkish Director General and then a Spanish Director General during Duma. You had a British career diplomat who was Chief of Cabinet, Bob Fairweather, during the Duma investigation. And you had Sebastian Brahard take over, who was a French career diplomat. And there you can just start to see the problems of bias. There you have investigations being controlled not by the scientific divisions, but by the Office of the Director General, which in turn is staffed to an extent or in part by career diplomats from countries who are actually belligerents in the war against Syria. And so that starts to create the kind of mechanisms by which influence can work. I could go into more details in terms of what is known about the level of penetration, but we'll leave that for now on just giving your audience a little bit of a sense of why these investigations became corrupted and so on. It's partly an organizational issue there, but there's also an issue of personnel being inserted at various points and so on, which I don't have time to go into detail. But coming to the media, why do journalists do this? I mean, you know, there's a big literature on this, and I think, you know, we probably discussed this before, big literature in the political communication scholarship, work by people famously by Herman Chomsky, Ed Herman and Noam Chomsky, but also many others who talk about how the mass media operate in a democracy. And, there are multiple sort of filters or constraints on journalists, ranging from sort of the crossover and interest between big media conglomerates and government interests. There's also the way in which journalists go about their job of using or relying too much on official sources when constructing the news. But then there are ideological constraints. And then there's also the flak filter. When you do, as a journalist, start to push back against power in a significant way, you get hit hard and you get smeared, as does anyone else who pushes back against official narratives. And what that means is that, you have a system which is essentially reinforced through a number of filters, which mean that a lot of journalists just they just learn how to behave. And most of the time, that's the official story. I'm not going to go there because if I go there, I'm going to get into trouble. And it's much more comfortable space to remain, okay, I'll stay within the contours of the official narrative and so on. And then, my career won't be problematic. I'll get promoted and so on. All of those things going on, which mean, some journalists know full well what they're doing. Okay, they know that sort of I'll turn a blind eye to that because I don't want my career damaged. Other journalists have just internalized the narrative and they believe it. And this probably happens with people within governments and foreign policy communities as well, and because they're subjected to internal propaganda. So they end up believing these things. And it's just, I guess, in a way, too much hard work to have to sit there and think, well, maybe my government isn't telling me the truth. Maybe if I look more closely at this issue, I'll realize that everything is not as we are being told. But that takes, a combination of effort and a little bit of courage, a little bit of stamina as well, in order to do that. So, I think all of that works together. But I think it does vary from journalist to journalist, right? Some journalists are just completely duped. Others know what side their bread is buttered on and so on and don't want to go there. The few who do go there get attacked. Peter Hitchens reported in the OPCW, he was smeared and attacked by fellow journalists and so on. The final thing I would add is that intelligence services have a presence in the mainstream media. We know from the church hearings in the 70s in America, the CIA and American mainstream media. Well, guess what? That didn't all come to an end after the church hearings in the 1970s when that was revealed. It was known, several hundred journalists were connected to the CIA, and that's what came out in the 70s. That hasn't stopped. And you do have some journalists out there who appear to be journalists, but are probably wearing, they've got a couple of hats in their bag. And, they have one foot in the intelligence services and one foot in the mainstream media. And I think they often play quite a key role in agenda setting on issues. So you have that going on as well as all of the more traditional sort of sociological kind of explanations of mass media, how journalists operate, how they get on in their careers, and the kind of pressures which act upon them. Number of things.
Piers, man, thank you for this. Great breakdown. I swear, really good breakdown of this. I when I saw the story and I saw the thing, I was like, okay, this is a really interesting topic. And as you point out, it has been used to fundamentally destroy Syria. Just like this propaganda setting a context by which this could take place over the course of multiple years. So thank you for this breakdown. Piers Robinson, he is co-director of the Organization for Propaganda Studies. You can follow him on Twitter at Piers Robinson1. Is there somewhere else where people can find you, by the way?
I'm editor of Propaganda and Focus, and so we have a lot of public articles there. I'm also research director at the International Center for 9/11 Justice. People can find me on that website. But those are the main ones, and I have a Substack as well. But most of my sort of work that I'm involved with in organizations are there on my Twitter handle. So, X handle. I'm still using the old phrase.
I still use Twitter too. Yeah, I said the same thing. It's like, this is going to be Twitter forever. Pluto is a planet.
For me too.
So Piers, man, thank you. I really appreciate it. You have a good one. Be safe, okay?
Yeah, good talking to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. We have had a really good show today. I want to keep this going. We are joined with Shobhan Saxena. Shobhan is gracious to join me at the last minute. He's a Sao Paulo-based journalist reporting on trade, culture, music, and of course, football. He is now working. I have to change this bio for you. Your career is different now. Please tell us. You're still working in Brazil, but you're working in Brazil covering Brazilian politics, but you also cover Indian politics. I definitely need to change this bio. Can you tell us the company where you work now, just so the audience will know where to find you?
Morning, Jamal, and morning to all the viewers of your show. Yeah, I'm now correspondent for DD India, which is the India's public broadcaster. It's like the BBC or PBS in the UK and US. And I'm the correspondent here covering Brazil and covering Latin America for this channel.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And just so the audience know, you also work with Indian Express, Times of India, The Hindu, The Wire. So you have an extensive career in journalism, covering topics of Brazil and covering topics in India. So, all right. Dramatic events last night, to put it mildly. Indian planes hit targets in Pakistan. Out of the Ministry of Defense, they point out we did not aim at military targets. We were going after the people who we believe was directly related to the Pahalgam massacre, where 26 Hindus, Indians were murdered, butchered, in effect. Pakistan obviously doesn't see it that way. From Pakistan's point of view, we've been attacked. We're going to respond. There have been skirmishes in the sky where I guess several jets have been knocked out of the sky. They say more than 5. I think India is saying maybe 2 or 3. This is chaos. This is chaos. Pakistan at this point is screaming for blood. They're saying that they're going to respond. Give me your take on this so we can step into this. Because I got to be honest, I am deeply fascinated by this. Because both sides are saying very different things, and like dramatically different things. There doesn't seem to be even a basis of agreement on reality of what takes place. Pakistan is going so far as saying this might have been a false flag in order for India to justify an attack on Pakistan, which is pretty astonishing. India would say our people have been attacked by terrorist groups. Pakistan have worked with plenty of terrorist groups over the years, so this is not necessarily a shocking thing. And we are going after those groups. Give me your take on what took place last night, so we can step into the story further.
Thanks again for the invite, Jamal. And I think last week we had a discussion and we discussed about there's going to be an Indian response for certain, and it happened yesterday. So this attack is not on Pakistani army or Pakistani military installations, but attack on terrorist organizations, as per the Indian government, which operate inside Pakistan. Right. Okay, this was happening in the light of the attack on tourists on 22nd of April in the city of Pahalgam in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. 5 gunmen or 6 gunmen appeared out of nowhere from the woods, and they segregated people in the name of religion, Hindus on one side, Muslims on the other side, and they shot dead 26 men, 25 Indian and 1 Nepali citizen.
Right.
And at that moment, I think the Prime Minister of India had made it clear that there's going to be a response. Now, I'll step back a bit into history to tell your viewers that there has been a pattern to such attacks inside India from various terrorist organizations, principally those 2. One is Jaish-e-Mohammed, and another one is Lashkar-e-Toiba, both of which are designated terrorist organizations by the United States and India and several other countries. Now, in 2001, there was an attack on the Indian Parliament, a very, very serious attack. 6 gunmen, they attacked the Indian Parliament with hundreds of members of Parliament inside the building. Wow. The attack was neutralized, but if they had entered the Parliament building, there would have been a massacre of members of Parliament. Very serious attack, and all fingers pointed at Pakistan. India shared evidence of Pakistan. Pakistan did nothing. In 2003, another attack on a temple. 2008, everyone knows, 26/11, a big attack on the city of Mumbai. And 10 gunmen, they come from Pakistan on boats, attack the city of Mumbai. Almost 200 people killed, including foreigners, including American citizens and some Jews, Israeli citizens, and Australian citizens were killed in the attack. After that attack, India gave a lot of evidence to Pakistan about involvement of Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is based in the state of Punjab in Pakistan. And Pakistan did some, some formalities, appearing if they're taking action. Nothing was done. Lashkar-e-Taiba continues to operate with impunity from Pakistan. Also, very interestingly, one of the main planners of the attack was David Coleman Headley, a Pakistani American. His father is Pakistani, his mother is American. Right now, he's a prisoner in Chicago or Michigan somewhere. He was one of the perpetrators, and he openly admitted that he was trained by Lashkar-e-Taiba at the same place which was attacked last night by the Indian Army. So I'm giving you this history. There has been a pattern of attacks, terrorist attacks, very serious, very big attacks in India, perpetrated by these groups which operate with immunity inside Pakistan. Now, this attack on the 22nd of April, after the attack, India again pointed finger at Pakistan, and Pakistan said, "Oh, you're not sharing any evidence." And there was a lot of talk about false flag by journalists like Najam Sethi, who's not a journalist anymore. He's become a full-time operator of the Pakistani establishment, and without offers. Now, if you say it's a false flag operation, the onus on you to offer evidence is the onus is not on the Indian side to offer evidence without offering any evidence. So Pakistan's policy has been to send terrorists inside India or help the terrorists operating in Kashmir, help them with money, with arms, with training, and then deny involvement. Say, "Oh, we have nothing to do with this. These are freedom fighters." We have heard this for a long time. But this time, I think Indian government, and whenever there was a talk of some Indian action against these groups in Pakistan, Pakistan will talk about a full-scale war and then the nuclear war. So using the threat of nuclear war, to prevent India from taking any action. I think this time India has really called off Pakistan's bluff, because they've showed we have the right to take action against these groups. And India has attacked 9 locations inside Pakistan, 5 in the part of Kashmir, which is under Pakistani occupation, and 4 in the state of Punjab, which is very important because India is striking deep inside Punjab. Punjab is the most important state of Pakistan. 60% of the population lives in the state of Punjab. It is politically the most important state, economically the most important state. It is basically the heartland of Pakistani state. Right. And these groups, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, 2 groups led by 2 notorious religious fanatics and terrorists, Azan Masood and Hafiz Saeed, have been attacked. So their headquarters have been attacked, the training camps have been attacked, and the other bases have been attacked, both in Punjab and parts of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So this is the story so far. And I'm glad you mentioned the story about fighter jets being shot down. I was up the whole night, and basically on Twitter watching all the videos and photos being shared. The Pakistani journalist, especially Hamid Mir, he has shared a lot. I'm sorry, this way.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm glad my phone does it too. So you're perfectly fine. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So there's have been sharing photos of so-called Indian jets, Rafale and MiG-29 crashing. And there's a fantastic person in India called Mohammad Zubair. He's a fact checker. He's a famous fact checker. And he was fact checking them live, in real time. And all these photos are being taken from Ukraine or some Indian jet which crashed 2 years ago. A natural accident of Indian jet, or some shots have been taken, some video games also, the plane falling, and he was fact checking them in real time. So far, there has not been not a single evidence of Indian fighter jet being shot down or crashing. There have been some fragments of some missiles being found in the state of Kashmir. Also, the Guardian published a photo. I've seen those photos taken by by photojournalists, but there has been no evidence that Pakistani Air Force shot down any Indian fighter jet because they have not shared. If they shot down, they must have used F-16s or JF-17s. They must have fired some missiles, right? And so they have to share the radar data, which missiles were used, and where exactly these planes were shot down. That information has not come out so far. India has not commented on it. As for the Indian government sources, they have not lost any fighter jet. There were some reports earlier suggesting that maybe 2 or 3 jets were lost, but those reports have been removed. I mean, right now we're in the middle of the fog of war. There's a lot of information, a lot of analysis, a lot of disinformation, misinformation circulating everywhere. I think we'll have to wait a little bit to get exactly what happened. Even the number of people killed, the Pakistan has given a different figure, 26. Indian media is giving a higher figure. So I think we'll have to wait for some more time to see exactly what happened, what's the real casualty figure, and if there was some damage done to Indian Air Force.
That's
right
fair.
now, there's no confirmation.
No, that's perfectly fair. And this is kind of my point. It seems like we're in 2 different worlds in regards to what is coming out of both sides. Like, for example, why didn't India? By the way, if my questions sound critical, they're not. I am not a part of this. I'm on the moon trying to get a context for what's going on. And so if I'm questioning, it's me trying to understand. It's not a criticism in the question. Why didn't India share evidence with the international community on this attack for the people that were killed? Like, look, I accept that they're terrorist groups in Pakistan. But from my understanding, though, this is Indian Kashmir, and there are troops, Indian troops, in Indian-controlled Kashmir. So why wasn't evidence shown to either to the international community, or for that matter, why wasn't India able to capture the people who did this, since it was in their controlled territory?
So this is a mountainous region, actually, and there are deep forests where this attack took place. There's a meadow where they had more than 1,000 tourists, and these people came out of the woods, come into the forest, they attacked, and they went back into the mountains. Okay, it's not very easy to track down these people. It's a difficult region, hilly region. You can only use ponies or horses to go up. Of course, the forces still doing the combing operations, and without any success so far. Why India did not share the evidence so far? Because as I spoke about the past, in the past, India has shared a lot of information, a lot of evidence with the international community, with the US, with China, with all the countries. But nothing happened. I mean, the whole international community has failed to put pressure on Pakistan to stop these groups from operating. So when
Just
in 2000,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but they could share it with the international community and still take action. Meaning the sharing of information is creating a context to justify the military action.
yeah, because for example, I'll talk about the 2008 attack on the city of Mumbai.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a big investigation in India, the National Investigation Agency of India. They collected a lot of evidence. Indian teams made several trips to Washington, to other American cities, and they demanded the custody of David Haley Coleman, and the Americans refused to give him to India because he was the linchpin. He was the mastermind of the attack, and he lived some time in Mumbai, and he openly admitted that he was trained by ISI, the Pakistan's military intelligence, and by Lashkar-e-Taiba inside Pakistan. But India has been trying at the UN to get declared Lashkar-e-Taiba as a terrorist organization, but China has been blocking that move for years. So I think the international community also is at fault here. Is at fault here because when an attack happens in the West, 2-person scale or 3-person scale, it becomes a really big news, and then so this attitude of good terrorists and bad terrorists, when you are attacked, the bad terrorist. When someone else is attacked, it's a good terrorist. And that has been the policy of Pakistan. Pakistan now claims a lot of terrorist organization operating within Pakistan.
Mm-hmm.
And Pakistani army is engaged actually in full-scale operations against various insurgent groups in Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa on border with Afghanistan. So these are bad terrorists. But the terrorists they send to India, they've been sending for decades, they consider them good terrorists. So I think India has really got fed up with trying to mobilize international community. I think Indian government this time decided to act on the intelligence they have. They already profiled the 6 people involved in this attack. 2 of them happen to be Pakistani citizens, and one of them had been an officer of the Special Forces of Pakistan who led this group, according to Indian intelligence.
Yeah.
And India had shared a lot of information with Pakistan in the past, but Pakistan always refused to act on it. And this time they said, okay, let's have a neutral investigation. No country does it. You can't have a neutral investigation about an act of terror committed on your soil. It has to be an Indian investigation.
Yeah.
In fact, in the past, I mean, there was a terrorist attack in the city of Pathankot in the state of Punjab, and India invited the Pakistani investigation to join their own investigation. They came, went back, and said, "Okay, there's nothing to it." So I think this India has been through so much in terms of constant terrorist attacks, collecting evidence, investigation, giving it to Pakistanis, giving it to international community, and nothing happens. And when there's a tension between India and Pakistan, the international community, oh, please de-escalate, there's a threat of nuclear war, They've been fighting a war in Ukraine for 3 years. Russia has nuclear weapons. It's a proxy war with NATO, actually. NATO has nuclear weapons. But there's a war going on, and NATO has been pumping, billions of dollars they have pumped in Ukraine, and there's no threat of nuclear war. When the US provokes China around Taiwan, there's no threat of nuclear war. But when something happens between India and Pakistan, I think, there's a threat of nuclear war, let's intervene and stop these countries from fighting. Of course, I'm not advocating or suggesting there should be a war. There should be no conflict. There should be conventional war between India and Pakistan is going to be a disaster. Let's not even talk about nuclear war. I mean, let's not go there.
There's a slight difference. There's a slight difference. It's a proxy war in Ukraine, and when the U.S. is going after China, they're using Taiwan as a proxy. Whereas the fear here is this escalates, and look. I agree with your premise, right? I'm an American. The notion that the U.S. is going to have an independent investigation for anything that happens to Americans is nonsense. We wouldn't do it, right? We would take action, and it would be just as belligerent. Our rhetoric will go through the roof, and they would say our intelligence is said. So I'll give you an example, great example. When Joe Biden got into office, and when they had the Afghanistan bombing, and all of those Americans were killed, all of the Afghans were killed. I mean, it was scores of people killed. And Joe Biden said, we never forget. We will get the people who did it. And Joe Biden ends up doing these bombing runs in order to kill who he is defining was guilty of that crime. He didn't share any intelligence. There wasn't any investigation. There wasn't any of that stuff. His thing is, we're going to go kill people because Americans were killed. That was his frame of reference. And America said, okay, they accepted it. And so I don't doubt that with 26 of your people being slaughtered, that the response of the government and the population is going to be, go get them. I don't care if they're in Pakistan, get the people who killed them. I get it. I totally get it. I understand the premise of it. Escalation. Pakistan is effectively saying, we will respond. We will respond in kind. And they are arguing, well, India just killed civilians. And because India just killed civilians, that we ourselves need to also kill Indian civilians in order to balance the scales. Now, this ignores the fact that India has just lost 26 people to a terrorist attack, well, one Nepali, but that 25 people from India were just slaughtered by what India is defining as a Pakistani terrorist network that may be associated in some way with the Pakistani government. Where do you see this going from your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the statements coming from Pakistan. They said they will retaliate at the time and place of the choosing. It can happen today. It can happen tomorrow. It can happen 1 week from now, 1 month from now. We don't know when and how they're going to retaliate. But given the history in 2019, when there was an attack inside Pakistan, India in Pulwama, and 42 Indian soldiers were killed, India carried out a strike in Balakot, which is in the Kashmir occupied by Pakistan. And Pakistan had retaliated. Next day, I think within 24 hours, they had retaliated. They sent some planes to India, fighter jets, and they dropped some munition and went back. I don't know if they will retaliate so soon this time, because I think this time what India has done is unprecedented. Last time was just a strike on a launching pad of terrorists, but this time India has struck at the very heart of this jihadi factory or terrorist factory which exists inside Pakistan. Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, these are two groups. It's a known fact. They're very, very close to Pakistan's military establishment. They work very closely with ISI, the notorious intelligence agency of Pakistan, which has its hands everywhere, from in India, in Iran, in Afghanistan, you name it. As I said before, Pakistan has border with three countries: Iran, Afghanistan, and India. And all three countries having a serious terrorism problem, and they point fingers at Pakistan. And for a reason. Last year, I think there was an exchange of missiles between Iran and Pakistan. People have forgotten it. Iran had launched missiles on Pakistan in Balochistan, accusing Pakistan of fomenting low-intensity war inside Iran, and Pakistan had retaliated. So I think given all this history, there'll be retaliation from Pakistan. But I heard the statement coming from the Indian government yesterday. If Pakistan retaliates this time, there's going to be Indian response to be much stronger. So I think a message has been given to Pakistan already that the group it harbors inside are not safe anymore. So if it retaliates, Indian response is going to be much stronger. Maybe these groups have more bases and they may be attacked. So I think Pakistan would be a bit cautious in responding in a hasty manner, but they may retaliate nevertheless.
Basically, this is not just a message to the terrorist groups. This is a message to the Pakistani government itself. Like you said, this is an unprecedented attack. India, for the most part, doesn't necessarily hit at the heart of Pakistan in this way. Whereas this one, it was directly into Pakistan, and it was directly into one of the major areas of Pakistan. I would imagine, as you point out, the government has to be taking notice of this, and ISI and the security services in Pakistan that works with these terrorist groups also have to be taking notice that India is not effing around, that they are serious, and they will continue to escalate if indeed a response comes. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, because these groups, and these organizations, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and they're more like Hizbul Mujahideen, they have been fighting or carrying on a proxy war against India on behalf of Pakistan. In 1971, India and Pakistan fought a big war on the Eastern Front. At the time, there were West Pakistan and East Pakistan. Mm-hmm. Pakistan lost the war, and that led to the creation of the country which is now called Bangladesh. Pakistan lost that war very badly. More than 95,000 Pakistani soldiers surrendered to Indian army. They capitulated to India. They signed, they signed it, and India returned all the soldiers back to Pakistan. This happened in 1971. In 1972, India and Pakistan, they signed a treaty known as Shimla Pact or Shimla Treaty to resolve the Kashmir issue in a peaceful manner. And Pakistan saw a peaceful phase from 1971 to 1977-76, when Zulfikar Ali Bhutto was the prime minister or leader of Pakistan. But in 1977, there was a coup against him, organized by General Zia-ul Haq, who later became a great partner of CIA and the American administration, to launch the Mujahideen war against Soviet Union in Afghanistan. That's when the dirty chapter started in the late 70s. 1979, after Soviet Union went to Afghanistan, Brzezinski, the national security advisor of Jimmy Carter, he went to Afghanistan, he went to Pakistan, and he started this jihadi business. creating mujahideen. And starting 1979 till 1989, Pakistan received millions and millions of dollars in military aid, military equipment, including F-16. Pakistan received F-16 in 1980s, even before South Koreans or Japanese could get it, who had been have bigger partnership with the US. And India protested the US against giving F-16s to Pakistan, but Indians protests were completely rejected. So that's when it started. After this, to cut the long story short, when the Russians left Afghanistan and the war that got over, Pakistan is left with these thousands of mujahideens, including Osama bin Laden. What to do with them? Osama bin Laden left Pakistan, Afghanistan. He went back to Middle East and went to Africa, around Sudan. And Pakistan diverted his mujahideen towards Kashmir because to use them as a proxy war against India. As you mentioned, in the context of Ukraine, it's a proxy war between NATO and Russia. NATO is using Ukraine as a proxy against Russia. But in the same way, Pakistan is using these mujahideens or jihadist forces as a proxy against India, because having lost the conventional war badly against India, Pakistan knows it has no chance of winning a conventional war with India. So they have this policy, what they call a bleed by 1,000 cuts. Terrorist attacks in Kashmir, it happened in Punjab, it happened in Delhi, it happened in other various cities. The idea is to keep Indian army engaged with jihadist elements so that Pakistan can have an upper hand with India. But I think now Pakistan's bluff has been called, with this attack on Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. A very, very serious message has been given to Pakistan that this proxy war is no longer possible.
I just want to be very clear, though. The terrorist group that murdered those civilians, India is associating that with the Pakistani government, meaning they're saying one way or the other, this group is affiliated with the government, or at the very least intelligence services of the government of Pakistan.
Yeah, Pakistan has a long history of creating terrorist groups. As I said, General Hamid Gul, he's a former chief of ISI, now he's deceased. He used to say openly, with great pleasure, and that he created Taliban, and he was on record saying,
great pleasure.
with great pleasure. Yeah, I mean, it's some kind of he used to wear it like a badge of honor. I created Taliban. We created Taliban, and we sent Taliban into Afghanistan, and then became a monster they could not control. So now Taliban has two factions. One faction runs Afghanistan. There's another faction on the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan called Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which is fighting for independence from Pakistan.
Interesting.
Yeah. So the Pakistani intelligence agency ISI, his name is known as the state within the state. The Pakistani army is known as the state within the state. Aisha Siddiqa is an author, Pakistani author. She lives in London because she can't live in Pakistan anymore. She written a brilliant book on the history of Pakistani army. I can't recall the name of the book, but if you Google Aisha Siddiqa, Pakistan Army, she has described how Pakistani army controls each and every sphere of life in Pakistan. They run banks. They make biscuits, for God's sake. They are. they
Are they any good?
Yeah. I haven't tasted. And they own vast tracts of land. So it's a different kind of model. In India, we say countries have military, but in Pakistan, military has a country.
Yeah.
This is a country which has been controlled, has been under military dictatorship for 40 years. Out of 75 years of independence, 40 years under military dictatorship. And all military dictators, going back to 70s and 80s, until recently, General Pervez Musharraf had a very cozy relationship with the West, especially with the United States. They were partners, They're together. The first Mujahideen war in Afghanistan was done with General Zia-ul Haq in the 70s and 80s. And second war in Afghanistan, which happened after 9/11, was done with General Pervez Musharraf. When Pervez Musharraf went to Washington, D.C., he was received by President Bush Jr. and called a strong leader, a powerful leader, and our partner in war against terror, a war on terror, which turned into a war of terror for actually against many countries. So, if Pakistan has been a client state of the West since 1947, since it was created. It had a very, very cozy relationship, a military relationship, and all its crimes, all the crimes committed in Bangladesh. So they killed an estimated 3 million people in Bangladesh before the war of 1971. Hundreds and thousands of women were raped. And that time, Kissinger and Nixon were threatening India. If we take any action, we'll send the Pacific Fleet. And they did send Pacific Fleet to the Bay of Bengal. But the Russians were aware of that. And before the Americans could arrive, a Russian submarine emerged in the Bay of Bengal, and Americans had to retract.
Wow.
Now, they wonder, why Indians are so fond of Russians and why Indians support Putin, because there's a history to it.
Yeah.
And Indians, people with memory, people know these stories. How America has funded, weaponized, given military equipment, you name it. Not anymore. They don't give so much weapons, but they gave a lot of weapons, including F-16. I mean, F-16 was a big, was a fourth generator fighter jet in the 80s. Pakistan got that fighter jet in the 80s. Even NATO countries didn't have F-16 in the 80s. And India protested a lot, say this aircraft is capable of carrying nuclear weapons. But so I think, given this history of I'm talking about the Pakistani intelligence agencies, which harbors and trains and sponsors these organizations, trade organizations, which operate with impunity, have been given a message now that your days of impunity are over. Okay, that is a message. And I hope Pakistan gets a message and doesn't retaliate.
It sounds like you're implicating the US also.
Now the relationship is complicated. I was talking about the past in the 70s and 80s,
Okay.
early 2000s.
Yeah.
The US and Pakistan had a very, very cozy relationship. They still have, and as we talked about in the last discussion we had, when there was a coup against Imran Khan, who was the Prime Minister of Pakistan for 4 years. Mm-hmm. Also, interestingly, Jamal, not a single Prime Minister or President in Pakistan has been able to complete his term ever.
I've noticed. Noticed. Yeah,
they fall after 2 years, or they go to jail, or they go into exile. Each and every one of them, Nawaz Sharif, Benazir Bhutto, Imran Khan, you name it, not a single Prime Minister. Zulfikar Ali Bhutto was hanged on fictitious murder charges. His daughter, Benazir Bhutto, was jailed and sent into exile. Nawaz Sharif was sent into exile. He's been sent into exile a couple of times. Then he came back. Imran Khan became Prime Minister. So this Pakistani army is a kind of the puppet master, which controls all politicians, all political parties, with strings. All the strings are with the Pakistani establishment. In other countries, when you speak about establishment in US, it's a Wall Street, it's the billionaire class, and the intellectual class. Pakistani establishment is a military establishment. There's no other establishment in Pakistan. That's it. So, given their importance, it is actually, I was very fortunate to, when I was doing I'm sorry I'm taking too much of time, but to tell you a story.
You're taking up this is fascinating.
When I was doing a master's in political science at Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi, I specialized in Pakistan, and I had the privilege of studying under Professor Kaleem Bahadur. Mm-hmm. He's one of the foremost experts on Pakistan. He's written 15 books on South Asia and 5 to 7 books on Pakistan. And he's explained brilliantly to us what's wrong with Pakistan. Here it goes. After independence, India started the process of creating institutions. We had the constitution ready by 1950. India became a republic. First election 1951. India created election commission, planning commission, Supreme Court, all the institutions you need to run a democracy.
Right.
Pakistan did not do anything. They tried to write a constitution for 7 years. They could not finish it. The first Prime Minister, Liaquat Ali Khan, was assassinated. And then military took over. In 1957-58, the military took over. And one after another military coups. So how Professor Bahadur explained it, the only institution which really works in Pakistan is the military. There are no other institutions because they failed to build institutions. So there are two institutions, the military and the civilian bureaucracy. And they joined hands, civilian bureaucracy and military, to create a military bureaucratic dictatorship. That's how, India, after independence in 1950, launched a massive plan for land reforms. India had very big landlords, but the land was taken from them and given to farmers and peasants. Pakistan still has huge landlords who have thousands and thousands of acres of land. They have private prisons in the countryside. They run their own prisons. They have private zoos. It's actually going back into time. And that's a big difference. I'm not saying that as an Indian but we are very proud to have a working democracy, a functioning democracy, and the institutions we have built. Pakistan failed to build any institutions, and because it doesn't have any institutions, a working institution, it is again and again falling into the trap of military dictators. And those dictators have been propped up and supported, unfortunately, by the West for a very long time. And as Khwaja Asif, who's the defense minister of Pakistan, he openly said on Sky News that we have been doing the dirty work of the US and UK for a long time. And he repeated the same claim on Russia Today. But that's only half truth. Of course, they've been doing dirty work of the West as if they had no agency. They could have said no, but they did not.
Right. It's like, these terrorists are only for the West. We haven't been using it for ourselves. Right.
But the fact that they created other terrorists to be used against other countries, against India, Afghanistan, Iran, that part of the story, they don't tell you. So it's a very sad story for a country, being controlled and run by a military establishment, a country of 250 million people. It's not a small country. It has bigger population than Brazil. It's the third biggest country or fourth biggest country in Asia, after China, India, China, Indonesia, and then Pakistan, fourth biggest country in Asia. But that's the situation. And I think so. This time the message to this message is not to the terrorist groups which operate from Pakistan, but to the Pakistani military establishment, that you can't do that anymore. If you do that, there are going to be repercussions. And especially this is the first time since 1971 war with Pakistan that India has hit targets deep inside Pakistan, not in the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, but in Punjab, which is the heartland of Pakistani state.
There are some people who say that Pakistan is backed by China and India is backed by America, and that this is also somewhat of a proxy or hybrid conflict in the region that China, doesn't want. Give me a take on that. I mean, do you see it in those terms, or are these people projecting they're overlaying the world under this notion of hegemonic control versus multipolarity? Excuse me. That the objective is we want to interrupt BRICS, or at the very least, we want to create a chaos or confusion that China has to deal with that they don't necessarily want to deal with. Are these people projecting their own overlay of the world as if every conflict has something to do with America, or every conflict has something to do with these kind of global powers, as opposed to giving agency to India and Pakistan in this? Meaning, is this just about India and Pakistan and the history of India and Pakistan?
I think it's only partly true, because if you look at the world through the glasses of Cold War mentality, you think this is a big power game and India and Pakistan are pawns in that game. I don't think that's entirely true because
No.
India doesn't have that kind of relationship with the US. Of course, India and US are strategic partners, but India is not going to fight a war on behalf of the US.
Yeah.
And US is not going to intervene on behalf of India. It has never done, they won't. And to be fair to Chinese, I think Chinese have never intervened on behalf of Pakistan. India and Pakistan fought a war in 1965. Just 3 years after India had a war with China, China stayed neutral.
Right.
Again, 1971, China stayed neutral. In 1999, India and Pakistan had a conflict in the region of Kargil in the occupied Kashmir. China did not intervene. But it's also a fact that the Pakistani army now depends a lot on Chinese equipment. More than 60% of their equipment now comes from China, not from the West. So the fighter jets, the howitzer guns, the submarines, ships, China has become the biggest supplier to Pakistani army. This relationship between China and Pakistan is very interesting because China and Pakistan have nothing in common. You know, what is the commonality is India. What China had a communist revolution and they started the process of making a socialist economy, a socialist country. It has become the second biggest economy. But Pakistan has remained trapped, where it was 30 years ago. I mean, there's no economy to speak of. It has an economy of $370 billion, which is even smaller than some states in India. India has now $4 trillion economy. And majority of people live in the countryside. There's no education system. It's a country which is always falling apart, and there's an insurgency in two big provinces. So, what unites China and Pakistan? Of course, China has been treating Pakistan as a backdoor. If there's a conflict between India and China, imagine. I'm not suggesting it will happen. The chances of a conflict between India and China are very, very remote. There can be border skirmishes, there could be some fighting on the border, but I'm talking about a full-scale conflict. So Pakistan works as some kind of a guarantee or insurance to China, because India has to maintain its forces on two fronts, on the eastern front as well as western front. Yeah, India has this problem because India has 4,000 kilometer of border with China, and also more than 2,000 kilometers border with Pakistan. So India has to be alert on both the fronts. So there has been a lot of talk about India fighting a two-front war, but it's not easy because you can't have a war with Pakistan and China at the same time. There's going to be a huge challenge.
Right.
And, as Indian army is very big as compared to Pakistan, India has, but India never had a military advantage against Pakistan because the number of divisions you can deploy, both countries, is the same. You can deploy 7 divisions. India can deploy 7 divisions, so can Pakistan deploy 7 divisions. So it's a level playing field. But now with Pakistani army fighting on its western flank, which is Balochistan, and also on the northern flank, which is Afghanistan, Pakistani army is really distracted. And according to some Indian thinkers and analysts, India is making the border with Pakistan hot, so that Pakistan has to divert its resources from the western and northern flanks towards Indian flank, and then it becomes weaker on the western flank. So I think what India is doing now is under a strategy. It's not a knee-jerk reaction. It's not some hyper-nationalist reaction. I think this is a well thought of operation against Pakistani army to make them bleed, and also to give them a message that if there's a conflict between India and Pakistan on India's frontier, I think Pakistan will have a problem on its western flank, where it's fighting a full-fledged insurgency. Also, its border with Afghanistan. And interestingly, I think India has also recently established contact with the Taliban government in Afghanistan. And Taliban government in Afghanistan have criticized the attack on tourists in Kashmir. And the people of Afghanistan have made videos that they stand with the people of India, including some top cricket players from Afghanistan who are very, very popular in India.
Yeah.
And this is India has a good relationship with Afghanistan despite Taliban being in power. And India is doing a lot of business with Taliban. And recently, the Indian official, he went to Kabul, he met with Taliban officials. So I think Pakistan, by escalating the situation, will be entering a danger zone because Pakistan has a lot to lose if compared to India.
Do you see this de-escalating? Or where do you see this? I mean, because you're right, Pakistan invokes nukes very early. Like before India did anything, they were invoking nuclear war, which on some level indicates that there are, let's say, it implies that they're concerned about their military capabilities in a conventional war. Meaning, it seems like they're very concerned that they're going to lose a conventional war, which is the reason why they immediately invoke nukes. Do you see this de-escalating?
It will de-escalate. It will de-escalate definitely. I think if you look at the Indian statement yesterday, it was very carefully crafted. This is an operation against terrorist bases inside Pakistan. No civilian facility has been hit. Also, no Pakistani military installation has been hit. India was very, very clear on that. It was a well-planned attack, but only against terrorist organizations like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba and Hizbul Mujahideen. So from India, it's very clear India is not interested in escalating the situation. When we're dealing with India and Pakistan, the symbolism is always very important. Okay, so India has done something. Pakistan will definitely have to show something to its people that, they always say, we have these weapons, we'll do something. They may do something symbolically to show they have retaliated. Because as I said before, the Pakistani army is fighting with the back to the wall. Their situation is very, very fragile inside Pakistan. For the first time, the legitimacy and the power of Pakistan army is being questioned inside Pakistan, and primarily because the role they played in sending Imran Khan, first stripping him of power and sending him to jail.
Yeah.
So the Pakistani army is in a very, very precarious situation. And if they go for a conventional war, a full-scale war with India, they're going to become even weaker and can completely lose Pakistan. So Pakistan can't afford to have any kind of war with India at the moment, conventional war or nuclear war. And I think this talk of nuclear war is in my opinion, is irresponsible talk. It's just irresponsible, loose talk, and there are enough people in Pakistan and some in India also who, at the drop of hat, talk about, there's going to be nuclear war. There's not going to be a nuclear war. I think, Pakistan has 150 nuclear warheads. I mean, that's enough to destroy the world. Not to just talk about India. India also has, missiles and nuclear heads. So the whole world can be destroyed. I think there's going to be international intervention. India has been talking to leaders in US, in UK, and China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Iran. India has been talking to everyone. I'm sure the Pakistanis also ringing or calling all the world capitals. So this is going to be resolved very soon. But before that, there's going to be some dramatic escalation. There will be some drama, some damage. India has already showed what they could do, and they will do in the future if this doesn't stop. That is the message. And I hope the Pakistanis get the message. They may do some retaliation symbolically, but then I think you will see everyone jumping into it, from Keir Starmer to Donald Trump to Vladimir Putin to Xi Jinping, and nobody wants a war. There's a war going on in Europe. There's a war going in the Middle East. I think nobody wants a war in South Asia.
Wow.
And there's a global war going on, tariffs. So in given all this scenario, I think the world can't afford to have another war, especially between India and Pakistan.
Shobhan, this has been a fantastic breakdown. I swear it really has. I always appreciate your historical context, your knowledge of the subject matter. Great interview, man. Thank you for this. I really appreciate it. I deeply appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, there's too much information in my head at the moment, but I think
dude, that's the point of the show. That is literally the point of the show. It's long form interview for a reason. I want to be able to step into it. I want to get more context on it. I want to be able to understand it. I want my audience to be able to understand it. I mean, we have nearly 700 people here listening, and the numbers have gone up as you were speaking, not down. So, no, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for this.
Thank you. It's very easy to split the world into good guys and bad guys and give that kind of analysis. I think only when you put in the historical context and the socio-political context of a country, you get the real picture of what's happening.
Absolutely. Shobhan Saxena, he is with DD India. This is a media organization that covers politics in Brazil and in South American countries. He was previously with Times of India, India Express, and The Wire and Brazil Wire. You've been doing this for a very long time. I'm glad you're back on the saddle. So thank you for this. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Jamal. Thank you for the opportunity. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Absolutely, man. You be safe. Have a good one. All right. That was a fantastic breakdown. I wanted to have both because I wanted to give you guys both points of view, both perspectives. As I said, it seems like they're different worlds that are having a conversation right now. I don't think any sane person wants this to escalate, at the very least not into something that ends up in a major exchange between these two. Pakistan's blood is running hot right now, as you can hear from my guest, Hamza. But the stuff is happening in the context, and it's happening within a historical context between the two countries. Thanks, Britain. Once again, Britain drawing lines. Maloof is coming up in very shortly, about 8 minutes. So we have about 8 minutes to go into something that we're going to speak with KJ about later today. So the US has finally announced talks between China and the United States on the issue of trade war. The Chinese embassy has come out and given a statement. They have said the following: for the longest time, Donald Trump has been lying that he has been talking to China. That was obviously a lie. China said that's not happening. His own people said that's not happening. The Chinese ministry comes out and says this. A reporter asks China's, well, okay, that's weird. A reporter asks China's Ministry of Commerce on the morning of May 7th. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that Vice Premier Li Feng will visit Switzerland from May 9th to 12th and hold talks and the US side during the period. Can the Ministry of Commerce introduce the background of the relevant considerations of these talks? So apparently the United States and China will be talking in Switzerland. Since the new U.S. government took office, it has adopted a series of unilateral tariff measures that are illegal and unreasonable, severely impacting China-U.S. economic and trade relations, disrupting the international economic and trade order, and posing severe challenges to global economic recovery and growth. Of course, they got to put that in first, right? Because the U.S. government has decided to have a trade war all over the world and to go after China directly, this has damaged U.S. relations and damaged the world's economic market. So, of course, they're applying blame. Fair enough. China has taken resolute and forceful countermeasures to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests. Recently, senior U.S. officials have repeatedly hinted at adjusting tariff measures and actively conveyed messages to China through various channels, expressing their hope to engage in dialogue with China on issues such as tariffs. The Chinese side has carefully evaluated the U.S. measures. Now, of course, this is China's way of effectively saying, all right, we've listened to the U.S. They've decided to eat a bit of crow and ask us to come to the table to negotiate. And so we are now, after considering this, willing to go to the table to negotiate after the United States has eaten crow and begged us to come to the table. Meaning, this is a very diplomatic response from China that is strongly implying that it was the U.S. that have asked for these negotiations. It is the U.S. that asked for these talks. We have been resolute, and we have said these 5,000 years will come to an end before we decide to break this or go into this trade war. So they are making a very strong, resolute statement that we are not the ones that are coming to the table. They are asking us to come to the table. It's a fascinating statement. Even the U.S. got Vincent and made the point of saying this cannot keep going. The U.S. cannot keep going in this direction. Something has to give. And regardless of all of these statements about Donald Trump talking to the Chinese, they were not talking to the Chinese. Apparently they are now. And so there will be negotiations. Now, I have no idea what is going to come out of these negotiations. What Scott Benson has been saying has been ludicrous. Oh, we want to help the Chinese change their market. We just want to help them. We're just love and light. And this was never going to be accepted. This was always nonsense. Benson has worked against the Chinese government for decades. So they're not accepting anything that is coming out of his mouth as being real or legitimate, or for that matter, anything coming out of the Trump administration as being real or legitimate. Who knows what they can come to some agreement with? I have no idea. It should be interesting to watch. But my guest is here, and I want to go to my guest. We are joined with the man himself, Michael Maloof.
Good morning.
And good morning, my man. How you doing? Okay today?
I'm just great. Thank you.
Michael Maloof, he is former senior security policy analyst in the Office of Secretary of Defense, author, contributing analyst to various media outlets, and has nearly 30 years of federal service in the U.S. Department of Defense. Michael, thank you for joining me, man.
Pleasure.
I would say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, in the last few conversations that we've had on either the issue with Iran or the issue with Russia, you've been more optimistic than I have been on this issue of whether or not they will come to some level of agreement. Trump has put out what I would say laughable peace terms that Russia has completely dismissed as pretty much laughable. On the other side, there seems to be a business tract that the Russians were willing to countenance, but these things seem to have fallen apart in regards to the negotiations. On the other side, with Iran, the U.S. has not even decided on negotiations going forward, has basically blown the fourth level of talks off, has associated everything that the Houthis do with Iran, with talk out of Hegseth that they're going to bomb Iran, with talk out of Netanyahu that they're going to bomb Iran, and with talk out of Donald Trump that the Houthis and Iran are one-to-ones in this kind of back and forth. Give me your take just on the Russia negotiations and the falling apart of these negotiations. And one last thing I want to add to it, the mineral deal. So Donald Trump has created a low-level Lend-Lease agreement with Ukraine under the auspices of a, quote, mineral deal that goes into oil, gas, business investment, pretty much anything that's coming out of the ground, et cetera, with 2 additional addendums that are hidden from the U.S. and from even the RADA. So we don't even know what is entirely in this deal, but Donald Trump has resumed weapons to Ukraine, or selling weapons to Ukraine, is apparently crafting sanctions to go against Russia, effectively taking over the Joe Biden legacy of the war, despite saying he wanted to end the war. Give me your take on that. I'm not going to ask you if you're optimistic. I'm just going to ask you the moves that the U.S. has been making in regards to the war and how they seemingly want to maintain the war while claiming they want a peace agreement. It's a contradiction.
Well, up until the time we spoke, I was optimistic. But since that time, last week, things seem to have changed. His demeanor, or I should say Trump's demeanor, his comments all seem to reflect a hardened line. They seem to me to suggest that he is being basically taken over by the neocons once again in terms of influence. Yeah. And what also seems to be coming through, apparently some pastor came back from Ukraine saying, no, you really got to back up the Ukrainians. And all of a sudden his demeanor and his and Trump's approach then seemed to change all over again. It's almost to the point where Trump does not seem to have any in-depth knowledge on anything that he's working on right now, and that he goes with basically with conversation that he had with the last person.
Yeah.
And that's no way to run policy. And so I am more skeptical. I'm a little more worried today. And now we got a new war brewing between India and Pakistan, and add that on top of everything else that is going on, and for Hegseth to suggest, well, we're going to go and bomb Iran, they're too much guided by the Netanyahu faction, and I think that it seems as though well, for as long as I was at the Defense Department, we seem to be guided by that by looking at the Middle East through the prism of Israel, and it's just not going to stop. I don't care who's in the administration, which administration is in, whether it's Republican or Democrat, and this is worrying. They don't seem to have any administration that's coming in does not seem to have a strategic plan. It's all reactionary.
Mhm.
And this is what we're seeing today. I mean, the fact that Trump came back and talked to some pastor who just came back from Ukraine is just, and who was saying, oh, you got to back him up, and then he allows to have arms go again. He knows better. If you want to stop a war, you stop feeding it.
Right.
And Trump and the same with Netanyahu. You got to stop it. I mean, you just got to stop feeding it. And I'm worried that he doesn't have his mindset. He's listening to these neocons, and it suggests to me that the neocons are reemerging in terms of influence in his administration.
It's wild. I mean, for one, I agree with you. And then this report comes out that the order by Hegseth to cancel Ukrainian weapons caught the White House off guard. He didn't even know that Hegseth had decided to stop sending weapons to Ukraine after a meeting, meaning Trump didn't even decide it. Like, he doesn't even seem to be in control of his own White House. Like, that's an astonishing story. The notion that the president is not.
It's my understanding that occurred in January, and we're into April, we're into May now, and since then they've resumed. So
Yes.
obviously things changed.
Trump
And,
asserted himself.
well, Hegseth has been called to the woodshed a few times. I don't know how many more times that's going to happen, but you know.
I agree with. I'm sorry, please.
I think Trump puts up with Hegseth because he knows he's got a lot of spirit and spunk and drive, likes his spirit, but he's got a lot to learn. But he has more to learn than what Trump has to learn in terms of strategic thinking, and neither one of them are exhibiting much of any of that.
I will tell you that I was optimistic also when Trump came in. I was very optimistic. And, part of the reason that I didn't get an apartment when I first left DC, I was like, okay, I need space to see what happens. Because I didn't want to get trapped in Richmond if indeed the network will come back. And so I said, okay, I'll give it a few months. I will take the risk and take the expense, not get an apartment and trap myself, and just exist kind of as a leaf in the wind until I see what happens. And then I saw the first agreement, and I said, okay, he doesn't understand. Like, he is putting his ego above ending a war. And some of the reporting is coming out that Trump's issue is that he doesn't want to walk away because he doesn't want to be blamed for it. So in the same way that Joe Biden was blamed for the pullout in Afghanistan, Trump doesn't want to take, it's your fault that Ukraine lost because you stopped giving support to Ukraine. Whereas Steve Bannon's thing was walk the F away, where you could say that's Joe Biden's war, that's not mine. You just have a propaganda war back and forth.
And I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with it too. If you want to end it, walk away. This is Joe Biden's war. This is not on me. But unfortunately, when he ran in the election, that's not the way he ran. Donald Trump kept saying, I'm going to get a deal. I'm going to get a deal. So I think what was in his mind is, I need to get a deal because that's what I said. And walking away is not me getting a deal. Like, I really do think that is the context that Trump was working with. And so from his point of view, if I walk away, I'm going to get blamed for losing a war, which is outrageous. He comes up with a deal that anybody who knows anything about Russia and who knows anything about the war would have been rejected on its face. The idea that Russia is going to let you take over the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant is absurd. The idea that, okay, we're going to recognize these territories that you've taken. Okay, we don't need your recognition. We've already taken them. Like, some of this stuff is weird. Or when Putin says, okay, we'll do a ceasefire. We can do that. But you can't give weapons and intelligence to Ukraine. You can't have the Brits, the French, and the Germans filling them with more and additional weapons. You can't have them calling up additional military. Okay, well, this is rational, right? We can't let you have another Minsk 3 where they build up another military for another engagement if indeed you want an actual lasting peace. Okay, well, Trump, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to get that. That is a compromise by the Russians on this. He doesn't seem to get it. He can't seem to take it. And as you said, the neocons have reasserted themselves saying, hey, you have to be tough with Putin. You have to be tough with Putin, which means you just can never end the war. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on this.
The feeling back in the Kremlin now is they don't believe Trump on anything any longer. They'll be polite to him. They'll treat him with respect, but they have no what do you call it?
Confidence.
They
believe.
Yeah, they just feel that nothing's they're gonna go on with their way no matter what Trump decides to do, because Trump is so mercurial. He's one way one day, one way the other day, and you can't read somebody like that. And so you just got to maintain your approach, and that's the difference between the strategic thinking of Putin versus Trump. Trump has none, and he's floundering. He comes off with this New York bravado, and like I'll solve it before I even take office kind of nonsense, which was silly on its face. It was silly, and for the press to take it seriously was totally nonsensical as well. Mm-hmm. So, but it's you cannot, in foreign policy, you cannot go that way. You have to have strategic thinking and planning, and his administration isn't exhibiting any of that. Personally, I think you ought to put Doug McGregor up there as his national security advisor. Okay. And Doug would be ideal, but I don't think he even wants the job, because I think he feels now that Trump's a loser, and which is unfortunate. But Trump has done it to himself, and it's not going to be. And Trump's got his way of doing things, and you're not going to change him. And for him to, the problem in Middle East, for example, is that I'm afraid that even though he doesn't want a war, and he has little neocons nipping at him all the time, say, yeah, let's do it. He's going to get dragged into it anyway, because Netanyahu knows he's got the United States military in his pocket, and he's going to be backed into a situation where he's got to pull Netanyahu's chestnuts out of the fire again, and it's to Netanyahu's benefit to do that in order to remain relevant and to stay in office, in order to avoid having to be face internal problems. I'm just hoping that somewhere along the line, internally inside of Israel, they decide to have their own little civil war, and that'll keep him preoccupied and take his mind off of Iran, because he's not going to win if he wants to take on Iran. He's not going to win, and we cannot bomb enough. And for us to talk about bombing Iran is just ludicrous. Iran is not a threat to the United States. Period. It's not a threat to the United States, and for us to act like it, when he talks about he's going to look out for America first, we'll look out for America first. Is going after, standing up to and confronting Iran in the U.S. national interest, and is it a threat to the U.S. national security? The answer is no. But it's Netanyahu's problem, and Netanyahu is doing his greater Israel concept, which is his little biblical thing of taking Samaria, Judea, and all that stuff from the West Bank, and southern Lebanon and Syria and Gaza, and wanting to incorporate it into a greater Israel once again, going back to what he interprets to be his biblical right. It's suicidal on the one hand, and it's extreme in any case. And this is all he has. This messianic approach is very threatening to the world order. And we're seeing now where even Turkey and Israel may get into it over Syria. We have then now we have this new clash between India and Pakistan. I mean, all of this is we got to be able to start quelling some of these outbreaks of hostilities that can lead to even greater potential war. Look, if he bombs Iran, you're going to bring in China, and you're going to bring in Russia. I think it would be inevitable, because Iran is so critical to their foreign policy ambitions and goals and their national interests. And we don't think that way from the U.S. standpoint. And that's why I say we need strategic thinkers up there like a Doug McGregor, who can be the national security advisor. And he's not but the people around him are just like Marco, as he calls him, Rubio. He is a staunch radical neocon. He has been for quite some time, and now his influence is growing, and that's worrying to me.
Agreed. I do want to get to Iran for a bit, but two more questions on Russia for the most part.
Yeah.
Has Russia just decided, all right, we're not going to get a deal? They're not going to see it in existential terms in the way that we're seeing it. Europe is gearing up for war. And so we need to just pursue our military objectives to their completion. Is that the way they're thinking about it at this point? That all this other stuff don't matter anymore? We don't believe that we're going to get something real out of Europe and the US. So
I think it's come to that. And notwithstanding that, I think Trump still wants a geostrategic relationship with Russia, and to renew relationships for other reasons. So, particularly in the Arctic, maybe even to work out mineral deals in the portion of Ukraine that Russia now occupies, and to fight terrorism, because it's coming back. And this thing in India and Pakistan is illustrative of that. Look, even for Russia and China, that conflict is really critical because it's in their neighborhood.
Right.
So they've got to quell that. And you got two members there, one of whom is a member of BRICS. And so it's that's part of, and also a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So it's really imperative in their national interest to get that. You see, we got to look at things not only in our own national interest, but what impact would it have on the national interests of these other countries before we start acting in a bravado fashion and wanting to bomb this and take on that. And just as we have Iran out there right now, surrounded by 35 U.S. bases for deterrence, that deterrence is basically gone. Now they are an Achilles heel, as far as I'm concerned. And they could be attacked if we attack, and the Straits of Hormuz will be shut down. There will be economic, political, and military calamity in the world.
Is it even
overnight
possible for Trump to have a business relationship with Russia while the war is continuing? Because they were relating the two. I know they were like two tracks, but the two tracks were under the model that the war would come to some kind of ceasefire. Is it possible for him to even do business while the war is going? I mean, keep in mind, if he is taking the position that I can't walk away because I'm going to be criticized by the media and by Democrats, then how on earth can he withstand the withering criticism of doing deals with Russia while simultaneously the war continuing?
Well, he can. I think because, as he claims, it's not his war. He needs to shut down Ukraine, but at the same time, you have Putin has made a decision. He's going to take and solidify. He doesn't want all of Ukraine. He'll go up to the Dnieper. He'll probably take Odessa, and that'll be that. But he also, in terms of political deals as opposed to economic deals, he's got his son running around on behalf of Trump International, doing deals and working with Witkoff's son in the Middle East. And so the last thing Trump needs right now in the Middle East is another war. And I think that's why he's put off Netanyahu. And Netanyahu, I think, was actually caught off guard when he sought to open up discussions with Iran, when Trump decided to open up discussions. And so it means that hopefully he's able to somehow begin to wean himself from being influenced by Netanyahu entirely. And that's why you're also seeing Iran keeping a low profile, being cool. They're not doing anything to agitate. Even their proxies are not active right now because of this. We're into a critical period, and except for the Houthis, that's yet another issue. But even they have said, okay, we're calming down on hitting U.S. ships. That doesn't mean they're going to stop going after Israeli or other ships that service Israel. So there's that, and Trump was immediately said, we're going to accept their offer. So everything is in such a turmoil and into a whirlwind right now that it's hard to say, okay, this is the way something's going to happen. It could change tomorrow morning, and we're seeing that, and we're going to be things are going to be very unsettled for quite some time, given the interactions of all these conflicts that are going and their relationships and who the players all are, who are all involved one way or another in almost every one of the conflicts. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I agree. You were in the Defense Department. I mean, when you were looking out at the world from the Defense Department, like there were clearly conflicts. What was going on internally? Like, what was the talk? What was the chatter? How much influence did the president have? Like, I guess what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to give a picture of, does the president talk, like get information directly from? Oh, you're fine. No, you're fine. You're fine.
Hold on. Turning it off. There.
You're fine. My phone does the same thing. No, you're perfectly fine. No, you're perfectly fine. How does the Defense Department engage with the president when they're looking out? They're like, okay, the world is on fire. And I would imagine, does the Defense Department inform the president, or is it vice versa? Like, is the president telling the Defense Department, okay, this is what I want to do? Or is it, this is information going up to the president, explaining the context of the world? I'm trying to understand how much data.
I think each administration is different.
Okay.
I know during our period we had Rumsfeld at the most critical period during the Iraqi war. We had Rumsfeld on one side and we had Colin Powell in the State Department on the other.
I see.
And it was all that Condoleezza Rice as the National Security Advisor could do to keep them from actually coming to blows with each other. I mean, and of course, the role of the National Security Advisor is to take the best advice from each one of these agencies, package it, and present it to the president, and as the best options. But everybody is in Hegseth doesn't have a clue on what he wants to do. I mean, Rumsfeld had more in-depth strategic thinking than Hegseth will ever be able to gather in this lifetime, and of course Colin Powell had his ways, and Condoleezza Rice had to begin to keep them separated and actually take their best views and present it to Bush. But then you had these others, like the vice president Cheney, who had his own views, very, very neocon like, and that was, and you had the influences within the department going up to the secretary, pushing to adhere to whatever Netanyahu wanted. And that's why when I was there, I saw how the plan for the Middle East was formulated in terms of using Iraq as the hub from which they would then do regime change in the countries all around that were enemies at that time to Israel. And that was the plan. And they began to carry that out. And it was very stressful. And there would be, and I know I came in with I had back channels that went up to the National Security Council and to the National Security Advisor, and they were not believed because, well, Iraq doesn't come through with that channel. They have channels that can come to us with these plans. Why would they come through that channel? Well, they didn't understand the culture of the Middle East. I mean, they didn't trust anybody else, and they had dropped other channels because they didn't trust those channels. So they came through us, and we presented these conditions, and two of which we could have tested immediately, but our people didn't even want to do that. They had a preconceived notion of what they wanted to do, and that was regime change in Iraq. Period. End of story.
So what Trump is getting is effectively ideological
Totally
views of the world that they are operating on. It's not about reality. It's about what we believe.
And he's a businessman. He hasn't lived in depth with this stuff for in the years to gain any, and he doesn't really background himself in the history and the nuances of things that occurred. He has no clue as to the cultural distinctions and concerns, and he just takes what the last thing that he hears from people. That's how he's seems to be guiding himself these days, and he's almost done a 180 from where he was just 2 weeks ago, and that's what's really troubling, and he's floundering. We're beginning to see it, and people outside, world leaders are seeing it. That's why they've decided, like Putin, like Xi, to chart their own course no matter what, because they know what they want for their country and what is in their interests, as opposed to the interest of looking out for Netanyahu or anybody else, but in their interests, and will go ahead and pursue that, as in Ukraine. If no agreement can be reached, Ukraine will continue to be obliterated, as we know it.
Let's go to Israel for a bit. If he is floundering, and I agree with you, I mean, he has no wins on the foreign policy stage.
No.
All of the things that he said he's wanted has failed miserably.
So far.
And even with sending Witkoff, even if I accept that Donald Trump's original intention was to get a deal because he didn't want to go to war, Witkoff seems to be marginalized, or at the very least seemed to be getting marginalized. I mean, he's been attacked by neocons for working with the Russians.
Exactly. They have seen him basically come on the stage when they were appointed, and they had all these years of background and experience and concrete ideological ways of thinking in the foreign policy realm. All of a sudden, this businessman comes on the scene. So they've now coalesced to go up against him and to try and marginalize Witkoff. You're absolutely right. And even the Russians are beginning to see this with Witkoff. They'll treat him with respect, but they see that his influence is becoming increasingly marginalized as well. And that's what we're seeing now. And he can go and talk, but there may be terms, but not necessarily for renewal of relationships between the U.S. and Russia, but not necessarily on Ukraine per se. Mm-hmm. And Trump may just leave it up to Ukraine. And Kellogg is just useless.
Oh man, in fact, that's what Witkoff took, the Kellogg plan. effectively.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
like,
It's not working.
Non-starter. Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Iran is being very diplomatic. I agree with you. Like the language of the foreign minister, they have taken this kind of diplomatic stance of, okay, well, the negotiations have been postponed. Not saying that they've just fallen apart. They've
Right.
been postponed. If he is floundering, which I think he is, Netanyahu also sees he's floundering. And the language that Donald Trump has been using traps him on some level. I mean, unless he's willing to walk back off that ledge of we're going to bomb Iran, or unless he's willing to go back on what he had been saying of getting rid of all of their nuclear enrichment. That's a hard cliff to come back from. I mean, granted, Trump could make up a lie and just say, hey, I got what I wanted. The world is great.
Well, you
That's a
see,
hell
he's
of a
hardened
cliff.
his terms in recent days. Just on
Exactly.
Iran, he's hardened his terms, and that's why you can't. It's a moving target, and even what he doesn't know what he wants. Again, he listened to the last person he spoke to, and now to talk about wanting to do away with all, excuse me, with all of their all of their nuclear capacity, which I interpret meaning even their nuclear development programs, which they can legitimately do. They are a signatory to the NPT, but also their missiles. Oh, come on, that's not going to work. Why don't you tell us to get rid of all of our ICBMs as a condition? You know, it's ludicrous. Why would we make demands that we wouldn't even adhere to? You know?
Exactly. It's that. Which is why some people say this was always the plan. Like, that's why people come to that assessment. Because it's like, okay, well, you're making statements that are red lines and that you know are red lines, even going into, because initially it sounded like the goal was, okay, we want to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. Okay. We want to keep it below a certain threshold. Okay. Both parties can come to an agreement on that. But then it's like, we want the Libyan model. What? We want you to get rid of all of your nuclear enrichment capabilities. We'll give you fuel, or you can get fuel from somewhere else, but we need you to get rid of all of your nuclear enrichment, which was always going to be a no. Iran said there was a no from the jump, and they pointed out we're not moving and afraid of your bullying. So all of the bluster we don't care about, we'll make a deal that is in our best interest.
See, this is where I think Trump can really take advantage. Again, thinking strategically, where Trump can take advantage of a renewal relationships with Russia by getting the Russians to agree to work with Iran and to recognize the reality that they are entitled to at least a nuclear reactor, but maybe enrichment at a much lower level. They take the extra 60%, maybe store the centrifuges that go up to 60, 90%. They got some that can do 90, by the way, and 90% enrichment. And you know, start working with people rather than being confrontational all the time. Start thinking strategically. They're not doing that, and you're not. And they do have legitimate medical reasons to even to go up to 60 if they want to, because of for medical research purposes. At least 20 they can do. They're entitled to. They should be entitled to 20. 3.7 something percent. That's nonsense. They are entitled to do things for the development in their own countries. And if you have countries such as Russia and China, even China doesn't want to have them to have a. They are a threat. Iran is a threshold country. There's no question about it. If they wanted to go into production, they probably could. I think it would take longer than 2 weeks. I got to tell you. I mean, I don't assess that Iran, for example, has the miniaturized capability of a nuclear weapon to put it on the head of a missile.
Right.
I haven't seen any evidence of that capability. That's an entirely different technology. But they can make a nuclear weapon. The delivery system is going to be key.
Yeah.
But again, miniaturization. This is, however, is where the North Koreans can help. The Iranians. They have learned to miniaturize. And there is a history of North Korea and Iran assisting each other at least in the missile development program and in some nuclear exchanges. And if the Iranians really wanted a bomb, they could probably get a half dozen of them from North Korea tomorrow.
Michael Maloof, my man, always appreciate you joining me, man. I really appreciate these conversations. I learn something every time we talk. Yeah,
pleasure.
it's gotten darker. I like I said, I started this far more optimistic, and my optimism has just been diminishing month.
Wake up and
month.
smell the coffee.
Yeah, pretty much. Michael Maloof,
thanks,
former
everyone.
senior security policy analyst in the Office of Secretary of Defense, author, and regular contributing analyst on RT and other media outlets. He has nearly 30 years of federal service experience in the U.S. Department of Defense. Michael, you have a fantastic day, man. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Jamarl.
You have a good one.
You too.
All right. KJ is going to be joining us soon. Yeah, fantastic breakdown by Michael. It's wild. Like I said, I am not somebody with Trump derangement. I gave him the benefit of the doubt when I got in office. When he got in office, I assumed there was going to be many bad things, especially on the domestic front. But if indeed you are spending, a year saying I want to end wars and I start them, you point out we spent $10 trillion in Iraq and Afghanistan, we didn't get anything for it. You go after Liz Cheney saying, if she had a gun in her hand and had to go out and shoot somebody, is she going to be that pro-war? Like, meaning you spend a lot of time making this point about, I'm going to be a peace president, not a president of war. And then you get in office and you are a bumbling calamity. And you don't seem to recognize the perspective of the other nations that you are trying to make peace with, whether it's Iran, who is a sovereign state, who you are effectively telling that they need to do something that no sovereign state should have to do, meaning who the hell are you to tell us that we have to do anything? And you're doing this on behalf of a country that has murdered like 100,000 people, invaded multiple nations, has nukes that are undeclared. Get the F out of here, right? And in the other case for Russia, where it's existential, where NATO is effectively waging a war on their border with the US, directing events. So you're trying to act like a mediator and the propagator of the war. Okay, this is a ridiculous premise, right? But this is the premise that you are effectively trying to sell, as if the Russians, who went through the Minsk agreements, where the US, NATO countries effectively lied, own up to the fact that they lied. Angela Merkel, Hollande, we lied. A deal that was supposed to end the conflict was effectively used to allow Ukraine to build up this massive military. Okay, that is mind-blowing in one sense. But two, the notion that you want them to do it again is absurd. The premise is absurd. That's what I'm trying to get at. You are claiming that you want to be the peacemaker candidate without the intestinal fortitude of what that means. In one sense, what that means is walking the F away. Or if you want to get a deal, that deal is by definition going to be on Russian terms because you lost the war. And don't take my word for it. Take Trump's word for it when he points out Ukraine is going to go to the Russians if indeed we walk and the war continues. So you acknowledge in one sense, A, it's a proxy war, and B, within a couple of years, Ukraine is going to be taken over by Russia. Okay, that means you've lost the proxy war. You've lost. Losers don't get to dictate terms. And so when you're coming to them and the Russians say, okay, fair enough, we're willing to have a ceasefire under these conditions. And they're rational conditions, rational in the sense of you stop sharing intelligence, you stop building up the military armaments in Ukraine, you stop allowing Ukraine to raise up a massive military after the fact, meaning you stop all of the mechanisms of war that can be waged, and we can have a ceasefire, and we can sit down for larger talks about this other stuff. And you can't accept that rational take, and not just accept it, you call it maximalist. Okay, fair enough. Then we will continue shooting Ukrainians in the face, and every mercenary that you send into this country that is French, British, Canadian, Dutch, name them, we will also shoot them in the face. And when Europe decides to throw their people into the wood chipper, we will shoot them in the face also. And we will continue inexorably westward until we get to a place what we deem to be safe. That is your option. We don't care what you do. We don't care what you say. We've won, and we're going to continue to move. I want to bring in my guest. It annoys the hell out of me. All of these people are dying for no reason. KJ, my man, how you doing today, man? You doing okay?
I'm doing well, thank you. Happy to be with you.
Happy that you're here with me. KJ No, he's a journalist, political analyst, writer, and teacher specializing in the geopolitics of the Asia Pacific region. He is contributor to the book Capitalism on a Ventilator. You can also find KJ on YouTube. He is on the China Daily show.
China Report.
China Report. I'm sorry. Thank you. Not China Daily, China Report. And give us the network that people can find you.
It's the Breakthrough News Network.
Excellent. And that network is, I checked it out. That network is huge. So you're on a fantastic network for people to be able to find you on. Do you have any new documents or documentations? Do you have any new shows out that you can publicize?
I recently did, I do so many of them, I start to lose track of them, but I recently did a show or a presentation for the International Manifesto Group about the 50th anniversary of the liberation of Saigon and the reunification of Vietnam.
Oh,
So that's
fascinating.
International Manifesto Group.
That's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. You sent me a few articles. I am fascinated by several of those articles, one in particular. I was watching the video, and the woman pointed out that the United States has started to send personnel into Taiwan to assist with various elements of government. And this is on top of one of the political parties that is more affiliated. I think it's TTP, if I'm not mistaken, but I may be getting the initial. Thank you, TPP. Okay.
Yes.
I thought I was thinking of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I didn't want to say it. And so I thought, okay, maybe I'm changing. Okay, no, it doesn't matter. TPP. This group is more affiliated with separatists. They are apparently working arm in arm with the U.S., where the U.S. has gotten so brazen as to send American personnel into Taiwan itself. On top of this, they have been going after Kuomintang, KMT group, the group that is more affiliated with China, trying to get rid of them out of their political positions, and even having the court systems working with them and doing this. Now, the reason why I say this is pretty astonishing is because it fundamentally ignores the one China principle. The notion that the U.S. is sending U.S. personnel into China, which is, again, Taiwan under one China principle is part of China, is astonishing. And the salami slice of that principle seems to be getting more overt and more overt as the U.S. seemingly wants to pivot to China but can't extricate itself out of Ukraine. Give me your take on this. I mean, because this is going in parallel with trade war. And if indeed, I know some people think the trade war is random, but if indeed the trade war is not random, but is to insulate the U.S. from what they consider to be a conflict that is coming up with China in some way, then the fact that they're trying to get rid of the one China policy and creating what is obviously a clear pretext that China has already said is a red line, that's interesting. Those things seem to be happening simultaneously with each other. Go into your analysis of this. Should I be disconnecting these things, or are they connected from your point of view?
No, I think they're highly connected. What we're looking right now is a process of the Ukrainization of Taiwan Island. Taiwan is part of China. It's a province of China, and it has been for longer than the international system of recognized nation states has actually existed. But the US has been salami slicing, as you put it, and has been Ukrainizing Taiwan in order to use it as a provocation for war. It's the main place where they're going to trigger a war with China. There are at least 4 other places where they could trigger war, but Taiwan is the one where you are directly yanking on the tail of the tiger. You pull this, you are immediately going to get a reaction. The other places where war could happen are on the Korean Peninsula, because traditionally that has always been the on-ramp onto land war with China from foreign powers. The other place where it could happen is in the South China Sea, with the Philippines taking the lead. That's because the Philippines is the South China Sea is a major choke point. And so that's where you get to choke China out and see if it will tap out. But the place that is the most in your face, the most direct provocation with China is Taiwan Island, because Taiwan is part of China. And if you weaponize it, if you put troops there, if you put advisors there, if you put in government advisors there, then you have said that you do not respect the national sovereignty and the integrity of China. Your mic is off, Jamal. But
no, I was letting you talk. I was just pointing, saying I try not to add in yes, no, like meaning I say stuff in the background to myself, and I realize it translates into mic. And I try not to do that. That's why I cut the mic off.
Okay, no problem. No problem. I didn't want to.
I was agreeing with you. I was saying that is, when I heard that, I thought that is outrageous. Can you imagine the reverse? Like China putting in personnel in, I don't know, Mexico or New Mexico?
Not even. Yes, more like New Mexico or Texas or California. If you can imagine that China decided that it was going to support California's independence from, secession from the United States, and they put in PLA troops in California and started to give California very, very powerful weapons. And then they decided to place advisors, PLA or Chinese advisors, inside the California legislature and the California government. Would that be considered a hostile act by the US federal government? Absolutely, right? I mean, the US has already gone to war over secession. It has been the most bloody war in American history. But this is what the United States is doing with Taiwan Island. It's essentially Ukrainizing it, turning it into bait and provocation. And what is happening, because the vast majority of people on Taiwan Island, they're not stupid, and they know what happened to Ukraine. They oppose this. The vast majority oppose it with all their, all their conviction. And so now what the ruling DPP party, and DPP is the US Quisling party, they're trying to take after the LDP in Japan. Essentially, they're the American party. They're the ones that are doing the bidding of the United States. Their vice president was an American citizen. She used to be a Jersey girl. She grew up in the wealthy bedroom suburb of New Jersey. Her mother is American. She was the darling of the Washington neocon circuit until recently. And now she is their vice president. So it doesn't get any closer than that. They celebrate with the NED together. They flaunt their connections to the National Endowment for Democracy. So they are thoroughly an American Quisling party. It's one of the few examples where it's black and it's clear as day and night. Yeah. But what they're doing right now is they know that they are massively opposed in their scheme to trigger war, and to trigger war by declaring de facto secession. So what they're being opposed by the opposition party. Now, recently they lost the legislative elections, so they are the ruling party of the executive, but they are the minority party in the legislature, and so they have been receiving spirited opposition in the legislature from the two opposition parties, the KMT and the TPP. Mm-hmm. What they have done is they have arrested the leader of the TPP, and he has been held in detention without a trial for 6 months without any clear charges. So this is clearly, dictatorial measures they're taking. Now, the second thing they're doing is, because of this spirited opposition in the legislature, they have decided to recall all the opposition legislators. Essentially, they're doing a legislative coup. They're going to recall all of them. Under most circumstances, if you have this problem, what you do is, you dissolve parliament, and then you reinitiate, elections, or you try and negotiate and debate the topics on the merits. But no, they're not doing that. They're doing a mass recall of all their opposition opposition legislators. Can you imagine if the Democrats, having lost the election, decided that they were going to recall all of the Republican, legislators? It would be unthinkable. It would be a constitutional crisis, right? It would be a coup. And this is what's happening right now. And the peculiarity is that it's much, much easier to get a recall than it is to actually win a seat in the parliament.
Okay.
It's much, much easier. That is to say, you only need you need to pass a petition and get 1% of the eligible voters, and
That's
then
all. 1%.
Yes, 1% to table the motion, and then after having created the motion, you only actually need 10% of the registered voters in order to recall a legislator. And so the threshold is really low, and it's kind of a backdoor way of initiating a legislative coup. So that's what's going on right now. Now, what's very, very striking is that last weekend, 500,000 people, we estimate, somewhere in the range of almost between 250,000 to 500,000 people on Taiwan Island went to the streets to denounce this act of what they referred to as a reversion to fascism and dictatorship. Now, Taiwan was a military dictatorship until the 1990s. So anybody who tells you that Taiwan is some kind of model democracy is talking out of their rear end. It just barely, it's only been a democracy for a very, very short period of time. And it's also a very flawed democracy because it has what's referred to as first past the post, which means that you don't actually need to get a majority in a presidential election. All you need is a plurality. You just need more than any other single party. And this first past the post is usually characterized as a form of a soft dictatorship. The 20 countries that also have first past the post, the US calls all of them authoritarian dictatorships. So Taiwan is actually, it falls into that category along with South Korea, Taiwan, and some other countries. Anyway, it's not a model of democracy, but you have massive civil uprising against it, denouncing what they call this green terror. And here's the kicker: total silence in the Western press. Absolute silence. Yes. Complete blackout. Look it up and down. You won't see anything about it. You'll see a short reference to it on my show, The China Report, on one of the headlines. Discuss it for about a minute, 90 seconds, because nobody else was discussing it. And then very recently, Pascal Lotaz on his show, Neutrality Studies, had Joanna Lay on his program. You should check that one out. That's the link I sent you. And they discuss it in detail. But other than that, there is a complete media blackout, which tells you that the die is cast, that this is a concerted effort. And this is why you know that it's serious. If it weren't serious, you'd be hearing dribs and drabs of it. You'd hear a little bit about it. But the fact that the entire media ecosystem has shut it down, AP, UPI, Reuters, all of them, and all the Western press has entirely shut it down means that they're very, very serious about facilitating this legislative coup in Taiwan.
Question. How does the DPP get elected if so many people are against what they see with their own eyes as a Ukrainization of Taiwan?
Well, so they completely lost the legislative elections.
Right.
Completely lost the legislative. They had their butts kicked, but they won the presidential election. As I said, it's first past the post. So they won the presidential election with 28% of eligible electors.
That's it, 28%.
28% of eligible.
Many political parties that were involved were 20%.
Yes, and the opposition parties, they got split. So there's the KMT and the TPP, and they drew off their own respective, electorate, and that splitting, that divide and conquer, is what allowed the DPP to win the presidential election.
Is there a huge difference between the KMT and the TPP?
There is a key difference. The most important difference is that the DPP is a separatist party. They are the US Quisling separatist party, and they're very, very closely attuned or tied in with Japanese collaborators. Remember, Japan colonized Taiwan for, half a century, longer than half a century.
I hate to stop. I'm sorry to interrupt, but just to be clear, I'm saying the TPP and the KMT, those seem to be the opposition parties.
Those are the opposition parties, yes.
Right. They split the vote in the presidential election, but they were able to win the legislature. I'm asking, is there that much of a difference between them politically where they wouldn't work together? Like in France, for example. In France, France had 2 rounds of voting. In the first round of voting, Marine Le Pen's party, the National Rally, won. In the second round of voting, they were horse trading in order to prevent her from winning the legislature, because most likely, if they just had a straight vote, they would have also won the second round of voting. I'm saying, if there's an understanding that the DPP is effectively a Quisling stalking horse for U.S. interests, and even associated with Japanese collaborators, why wouldn't, and maybe this is a stupid question, why wouldn't the TPP and the KMT work together to keep the DPP out of power?
Because it's illegal under Taiwanese politics, okay? And so it's built into the system. This divide and conquer is built into the system. And that's why the opposition TPP leader, Ko-en-je, is right now sitting in prison because there were allegations that there was horse trading. You cannot do any horse trading.
Interesting.
But as you point out, I mean, it's a really important question, because in most governmental systems, this kind of horse trading, which we would refer to as a preparation for cohabitation, is normal. You build alliances, because it's only in building alliances that you actually adequately get to represent the will of the electorate, right? You compromise, but everybody gets a little piece of the pie, and then you get representation in the government. But under the Taiwanese system, which is clearly set up as an authoritarian system, is that kind of horse trading and quid pro quo is completely banned. And so when there were plans between the TPP and the KMT to kind of share a ticket and present a united front, the DPP came down with massive threats of prosecution, and that forced them to split their tickets.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Like, that's why I was confused. I was like, okay, why would they even let that person in power? In other governments, they would say, we need to keep that guy out of power. That guy is going to get us, turned into Ukraine.
Yes.
That is not what we want. The majority of the public doesn't want it. So we don't want to split our vote. So we need to come to some consensus on how to stop that, especially if the main thrust of our arguments are very similar. Okay, fair enough. That explains it's illegal. That's astonishing.
Yes.
It's a political system. Political systems, they do talk. They do make agreements. I mean, hell, you have some Democrats that change to Republicans and vice versa. Like, that's not all that uncommon. In France, like I said, the way they were working together in order to keep out Marie Le Pen's party, that was normal. That's just kind of built into the system. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Wow.
So
That's
so don't let anybody tell you that Taiwan is some kind of model democracy. As I said, first past the post authoritarian system prevents any kind of alliance building upon opposition. It is completely screwed from top to bottom. They also have a kind of a de facto poll tax where absentee voting is not allowed. You cannot mail in a vote. So you have to go back to where you live physically and vote. And what that does is it prevents anybody who lives also on the mainland or who works on the mainland or has residency on the mainland, prevents them from voting in the Taiwan election. And it's only people who own residences. It's tied to residence, not your declared place of residence, but it's actually tied to real property. What real estate do you own? That is the way that you get your voting rights. And so it has so many barriers that are designed to empower the wealthy real estate owning class. And so, for example, if you're from another place and you're renting, it's hard to get your hoku. This is your residence permit. It's hard to get your hoku that allows you to vote in that area. And so then
wait, just so clear. I'm sorry. So if I owned an apartment, I wouldn't be able to vote.
What happens is that you can try and register. If you're a renter, you can try and register yourself as having residence. But what will happen is that the landlord will charge you extra. And so the question is, are you willing to pay extra to be allowed to register to vote?
What?
So yes, this is pretty common practice. If you own real estate, then you just simply register, you can vote. But if you're a renter, the assumption is that, maybe you also have, residence somewhere else. And therefore, you kind of have to pay a poll tax to the landlord in order to be able to be certified to register as a resident of that area. So, yeah, it's a poll tax. It functions like a poll tax.
Yeah. Wow. KJ, one last question before I let you go. Do you see this? Is the Trump administration effectively trying to provoke what they know would be a red line? I mean, China has on more than one occasion surrounded Taiwan to make the point, don't mess with us. We're serious about this. This is a red line. This is national integrity. In the same way that we would consider Hawaii national integrity. Like, this is not separate from us. I don't care what they say. If you didn't touch it, we wouldn't be this aggressive. But the fact that you're trying to effectively take it from us, this is a no. And so the fact that they're putting in American personnel, when I heard that, my first thought was, okay, so they don't care about the one China policy. They're literally trying to provoke a war that they know the Chinese would get involved in. How is China going to deal with this? And can they deal with it in a way that's not militarily?
Okay, so two questions there. Is the United States trying to provoke? Is the U.S. trying to Ukrainize Taiwan? Most certainly, yes. This became very clear when the U.S. passed the Taiwan Enhanced Resiliency Act in the NDAA.
Right.
So that's very clear. That provision, that legislation creates provisions to audit Taiwan's military, to sell very specific types of weapons, to expedite the transition of weapons to Taiwan Island. It also creates provisions to place U.S. citizens inside Taiwan's legislature. Inside Taiwan's government, right? Like, how is that possible? How does a sovereign state allow that? Or how does...
It's outrageous. Yeah.
Outrageous, right? Can you imagine if the Chinese, National Congress passed a law saying that Chinese citizens had to be placed inside, the California government. It would be absurd, right?
Yeah.
But then the Taiwanese have facilitated this, right? So the extraordinary problems with that. But we know that this Ukrainization issue process has been happening for a very long time now. So that's the first. That's the first move. And then the second move that that it is really, really serious is that Elbridge Colby, who is, deep state insider,
Right.
he wrote a book called Strategy of Denial, and he was responsible for the 2018 National Defense Strategy, where he designated China as the official enemy. So, this is the guy who, literally put it on paper. China is the official enemy. China and Russia are the official enemy. Before that, there was a kind of, we're competing with them, blah, 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 but it wasn't black and white. Elbridge Colby put that into writing. And he wrote this book called Strategy of Denial. And, it's a long and wonkish book, but essentially it boils down to we have to go to war with China, and Taiwan is where this war is going to happen. Okay. Now, what is he proposing there? He's saying that essentially we need to turn Taiwan into an arms depot like Ukraine. And then what we're going to do is we're going to wrong foot China so that it looks like China is the bad in this situation. And then we're going to bring all of our allies and wage war against China. And it's really interesting. You can watch Elbridge Colby. He has a lot of debates with a guy called Dr. Lyle Goldstein. And Dr. Lyle Goldstein is a professor at the US Naval War College. And he knows Taiwan backwards and forwards. He is an expert. I mean, he's at the Naval War College. So an expert on war with Taiwan. And he essentially says, don't even go there. Don't even think about waging war with China over Taiwan, because there is no way we can win this war. Taiwan would be wiped out completely. But if you watch those debates between Colby and Goldstein, essentially, Colby says Taiwan has to be part of the US defense perimeter. We have to have it inside our umbrella because China has expansionist ambitions, and Taiwan Island is the first domino. It's a trampoline for Chinese domination of the world. If we don't stop them there, then they'll be in New Mexico next thing you know. And this is what Goldstein says: the U.S. should not challenge China over Taiwan because, as we know, it's part of China. And so he says, don't get involved in a family quarrel. It's a family quarrel. Taiwan is an isolated case. It has nothing to do with Chinese power projection. And this is the kicker: China has clear military superiority in a war over Taiwan, simply because they're 100 miles away and the US is 5,000 miles away if you start from Hawaii.
Yeah.
So there's no way you can win this war. And so China has clear superiority, military superiority, and a Taiwan war is indefensible politically and historically, but also it's indefensible militarily. It is the US's war to lose. And if you look at those, the response of Colby, Colby essentially says, it doesn't matter. We still have to go to war. And what that tells you is that Colby is not interested in winning a war. He's interested in provoking a Pacific-wide war.
Right.
That's what he's really in for.
By the way, same thing with Ukraine.
Yeah.
I would tell you, there was some reporting that came out where it basically pointed out, I don't have the article, I can't remember what the article was, but I distinctly remember it because I was like, wow, that's amazing that they're saying this openly. That Joe Biden, and you could see it in the way that the Ukraine war was taking place, Joe Biden never intended for Ukraine to win the war because Joe Biden understood that it was existential from the Russian perspective. And if Russia was in a position where they needed to go just bananas, then they would have went bananas in a way that would have been catastrophic and that would have been unpredictable from the standpoint of the US. So the US was always, okay, we'll give you this. And they'll wait. And when it became ineffective, we'll give you this. Meaning there was always partitioning out weapons to Ukraine in these kind of minute ways just to keep it going, not to win it. Just, we want to keep it bubbling. We want to drain the Russians. We want to, if Ukraine is just so happened got to the point where they might have been able to win, okay, fair enough, God bless. But I think they suspected more the economic damage would have taken toll more, and the Russian military would have lost, let's say, on the battlefield in a way where they couldn't have justified going bananas. And so they pointed out that there were back channel communications between the Biden administration and the Russians, so they understood each other about where were their red lines. And the US didn't necessarily want to hit one of those red lines. And you think to that, you're like, okay, so you sent Ukrainians to the meat shipper knowingly. And that's effectively what Cobley is saying about Taiwan. Whether we win or not is irrelevant.
Yes.
But dude, you're gonna get all those people killed.
He knows that the war is not winnable, but it's exactly, the analogy with Ukraine is precise. It's exactly what that's in the process of becoming a Ukraine. And as you point out, the Ukraine war was designed to bleed out Russia and to give it a strategic defeat, and not simply militarily, but the idea was that they were going to damage it economically and politically, right? Yeah. You're going to damage it politically, essentially undermine the Russian political system to the point that, they have to completely change, and Putin gets kicked out. That's the idea. And so you're absolutely correct. It was a very, very calibrated process. It's like, when you're cooking, you put something and you put it on a slow boil. You don't want it to boil over and put out the fire, but you want it to continually keep it at a slow boil that's just below the threshold of boiling over. So it was very deliberately calculated and calibrated and continuous ongoing. More weapons, even weapons that you said were red line, you just keep adding more and more weapons. You say that, hitting inside Russia is a red line, then you hit inside Russia, and then, all the foreign troops, etc. It's this continuous calibration where you want to keep it at a rolling boil and do as much damage as possible. And the same thing is being set up for Taiwan Island.
Wow. KJ, as always, fantastic breakdown. You are awesome, man. And the audience loves you. We're up to 720 people. I mean, mind you, the show has been going on for 4 hours, so I'm a bit dragging ass, but still. When I see the numbers go up with the guests as it takes off, they're loving the content. So thank you for this, man. I really appreciate it. KJ No, journalist, political analyst, writer, teacher, specializing in the geopolitics of the Asia-Pacific region, contributor to the book, Capitalism on a Ventilator, once censored by Amazon. It is available at iacenter.org. You can find him on the China Report on the Breakthrough News Network. Thank you for this, man. I really do appreciate it, KJ.
Thank you. Pleasure to be with you.
Absolutely, man. You be safe. All right. We have finally come to the end. We've finally come to the end. We have 2 chats. Let's go with the chats. And this is Laugh 66. The ruling class in both Pakistan and India, including Shobhan, require no evidence to justify a conceit born of privilege. You should get Shama Shawant on if possible. I have reached out to Shama Shawant. Shama Shawant has never reached out back to me. So there is that. It is not about me not getting her. I would love to have her. I do not know if Shobhan is part of the ruling class. I don't know where you get that from. Look, India has a point of view. He's just presenting their point of view. You don't have to agree with it. I mean, that's why I brought both on. If you've noticed, both have their point of view. In one case, one says India potentially murdered their own citizens, 26 of them, in order to justify military action against Pakistan. I will tell you, and I think you would agree with me, that if the United States had 26 Americans killed, we will take action Look at what happened in Afghanistan when Joe Biden just murdered a bunch of civilians for the military getting hit in some kind of bomb blast. So I don't think it's insane that India is going to respond in a hyperbolic way. I would prefer evidence. I would prefer some evidence to tie it to the government. Agreed. But governments don't really act that way. And again, these attacks, if it's like the US, where most people are civilians, again, I don't know. I'm not there, right? They're giving you their take. Are they hitting terrorist sites? Maybe. Were there civilians in the terrorist sites? Probably. So is Pakistan insane when they say, hey, you've killed women and children? No. We kill women and children all the time when we do these strikes. By the way, I'm not justifying or otherwise. I'm just talking about how governments behave. They have a long history of fucking with each other. Let's be honest, Pakistan also has a long history of working with terrorists. Whether those terrorists engaged in attacks on India, I suspect that is true. Is it true that the world community probably gave it a pass in the past because it's India and it's not somebody who's white? Yes. Meaning, I suspect there's a bit of truth in what both sides are saying in regards to the way they're describing it. How far that truth is hard to know. But I would not be shocked if those attacks kill civilians. I would not be shocked if a terrorist group in Pakistan murdered these people. I have a hard time believing that India is going to murder their own population in order to provoke a war with India that they don't need. With Pakistan that they don't need and don't require. I don't know the politics between the two, so I could be talking out of my ass. I don't know what India gets out of doing that. Is it possible Pakistan lost control of one of its groups? Maybe. Is it possible that the government that's affiliated with this group and somehow, and this group still did it? Maybe. The Indian government made a very clear point of saying, we didn't hit any military installations. Okay, that's interesting. If you indeed believe that the Pakistani government was related to the terror group, like all of this stuff is interesting. And I got to be honest, radically unclear to me. It's one thing to just say, okay, this side says this other side says this. You figure it out. But I hate shows like that because I kind of want to understand a bit more of what is going on. Meaning, it helps if I can create a context of what's happening. And in this, I'm left with, okay, what's more likely to be true? But even that is based on an American conception of things. America would damn sure go after a group that they believe is responsible. The problem is that oftentimes America just kills a bunch of civilians and claims that it went after the group. Does the Indian government behave in the same way? I don't know. It's a government. Government gets shit wrong. And even if they got it right, I don't doubt that they're hitting terrorist networks where civilians probably live. So I can't say that Shobhan is some elitist in this case. But I would agree with you that this is not a case where they put data out for the international community. Agreed. I agree with you on that, Laugh. And that is, I agree with you on that. I can't bitch with you on that. Jamal is a beast this morning, truly indefatigable. How does the British say it? Indefatigable. I think that's the way you say it, indefatigable. Yeah, this has been a long show, Anastasia. This was not a long show on purpose. It's just Tim Anderson is in Australia. There are 14-hour difference. And so we were having difficulty coming up with a time for the show. 6 a.m. for me is 8 p.m. for him. And so you can imagine 7 a.m., which is what I would have wanted him, is 9. And then at 8, we're going to, the hours get goofy at a certain point because of the time difference. So the time that we could agree upon was 6 a.m. for me and 8 p.m. for him. And that was just the way we worked it. I didn't see the point in doing that interview and then having to restart for another show. And so the thought was, okay, we'll just keep it moving all the way through and just have the show immediately after his interview. He was a fantastic interview. I deeply appreciate him. He's like a scholar on the subject matter. He's even going to Yemen coming up in a few weeks. So he's been really good. All right. I am going to end this. I'm dragging ass. I feel my power is going down, and the fatigable, not so much. We had a damn good crowd. I mean, we were up to 720, 730. We're still at 659. So I want to thank all of you who joined, all of you who watched, all of you who gave. You guys helped pay for the show in real terms. You can assist by PayPal, Patreon, Super Chat, Super Sticker. All of those things help keeps the show going. I'm a one-man band. And so all of it is appreciated, and all of it helps. I'm going to end it. You all have a fantastic evening or morning, depending upon where you are. Thank you, Adrian Dittman. Shout out to the chat. Who is this? Author Cottrell. Have to get up at 4 a.m. to catch the whole show. Do you? Oh, man. Cherie, what happened? Smokey Robinson, I don't know. Oh God, I hope nothing happened to Smokey Robinson. KJ is the GOAT. KJ is a great guest. He is a great guest. He's freaking me out though, because what it sounds like is Trump is doing something, or at the very least, people around him are pushing him to do something that is going to provoke a reaction by China. That we are not going to win if we get involved in. So, all right, I'm going to say like, I'm going to say share, I'm going to say subscribe. I want to thank all of you for all of your contributions, for your likes, for your views, for all of those things. And I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. You guys have a fantastic day. Signing off.